Religion, what unites us, what divides us. Finding humanity's highest common factor while embracing diversity. By Azlan Adnan, M.A., Saturday, 18 July 2026. Book description and synopsis. In an era defined by deep ideological fragmentation, expanding cultural divides, and an increasing anxiety over the future of global coexistence, humanity stands at a critical historical crossroads. We are routinely told by commentators and politicians alike that we are entering an age characterized by an inevitable clash of civilizations. We are instructed to view our neighbors through the rigid, unyielding lens of identity politics, categorizing our communities by their profound metaphysical departures and theological differences. We observe one community pledging absolute devotion to a singular creator, another populating the cosmos with a vibrant pantheon of diverse deities, and a third bypassing the concept of a personal deity altogether to focus on inner mindfulness. Yet beneath this dizzying diversity of global theology, ritual, and scripture lies a striking foundational architecture of shared morality that has quietly sustained human civilization across millennia. In this groundbreaking and deeply prescient work, the universal blueprint of human spirituality is laid bare, offering a transformative framework for navigating our modern pluralistic landscape. By shifting the focus away from the peaks of theological difference and towards the valleys of shared human conduct, this book reveals that the world's great spiritual traditions operate on a mathematical principle of profound simplicity, the principle of the highest common factor. Just as the number 6 resides implicitly within the distinct values of 12, 18, and 24, a substantial moral inheritance resides within Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, and ancient indigenous philosophies alike. This book does not offer a sentimental, wishful argument that all religions are saying the exact same thing about the cosmos, nor does it attempt to flatten the rich, distinct textures of individual faith traditions into a superficial consensus. Instead, it systematically demonstrates that while human groups separated by vast oceans and isolated centuries have arrived at fundamentally different conclusions regarding ultimate metaphysical mysteries, they have converged with astonishing uniformity upon the exact same rules for daily human interaction. This shared moral core represents humanity's highest common factor, a robust, historically verified reservoir of common ground that exists independently of theological agreement and offers an enduring blueprint for peaceful coexistence. Through elegantly crafted, flowing prose, the narrative guides the reader across a panoramic landscape of human thought, exploring the deep-seated origins, the modern applications, and the tragic vulnerabilities of this universal moral grammar. The journey begins by establishing the vital distinction between theological diversity and ethical convergence, demonstrating how human relationships, local commerce, and civic trust are built not upon a shared consensus regarding post-mortem existence, but upon a mutual agreement concerning immediate human behavior. The book meticulously catalogs the universal virtues praised across every continent: honesty, compassion, fairness, humility, and individual responsibility, showing how they serve as the indispensable bedrock of collective trust. It examines the shared prohibitions that protect human dignity, from the absolute condemnation of murder to the universal boundary against fraud and exploitation. At the absolute center of this ethical convergence stands a brilliant analysis of the Golden Rule. In an extraordinary display of cross-cultural harmony, the text charts how this single maxim, to treat others as one would wish to be treated oneself, manifests with equal force through the negative formulation of the ancient sage Hillel, the positive commands of the Christian Sermon on the Mount, the prophetic traditions of Islam, the moral imagination of the Buddhist suttas, the sweeping verses of the Hindu Mahabharata, and the philosophical reciprocity of Confucius. This universal compass proves that the capacity to step outside the narrow confines of the self and employ the moral imagination is a foundational human trait, woven into our evolutionary psychology, our social necessity, and our spiritual insight. However, this work is far from a naive celebration of human goodness. With analytical rigor and historical candor, the narrative confronts the darker chapters of the human story, dedicating a profound exploration to the anatomy of human fragmentation. It addresses the painful question of why, if our spiritual traditions possess such an identical code of mercy and justice, human history is so deeply scarred by sectarian violence and communal hatred. The book diagnoses the psychological, sociological, and theological mechanisms that transform religion from a bridge of connection into a wall of violent exclusion. It unveils the dangers of dogmatic absolutism, showing how the psychological craving for absolute certainty can curdle into a cognitive binary that reclassifies the religious outsider as a monument to error. The reader is introduced to the concept of the tribal matrix, the evolutionary software embedded within the human brain that hypersensitively separates the sacred in-group from the profane out-group. The text exposes the specific linguistic mechanisms used to erode empathy, from the rhetoric of contamination that frames the outsider as a spiritual disease to the cosmic dualism that flattens complex geopolitical disputes into melodramas of absolute good versus absolute evil. Most profoundly, it contrasts the highest common factor with its dark opposite, the lowest common denominator of human nature. This lowest denominator represents the primitive impulses of fear, pride, prejudice, and animosity that reside within the shadow of every human heart. Through a sweeping historical perspective encompassing the 30 Years' War, the partition of India, and the Balkan conflicts, the book demonstrates how political demagogues do not invent new hatreds, but rather manipulate sacred identities and exploit dogmatic pride to activate tribal panic, completely overriding the universal moral codes that forbid cruelty and murder. In its climatic chapters, the book offers a brilliant, constructive way forward, detailing the necessary synthesis of reason and revelation required to navigate our contemporary world. In our highly interconnected global society, where diverse worldviews collide on a daily basis, the text argues that neither blind, anti-intellectual faith nor cold, unguided, technocratic intellect can safely govern the human experience. Revelation provides the transcendent ethical orientation and the emotional narrative that binds a community together, while reason acts as an essential internal immune system for religion, providing the critical capacity to extract permanent ethical principles from temporary ancient cultural packaging. The book champions the concept of a mature, reflective faith, one that allows the modern citizen to maintain a deep, passionate devotion to their unique tradition while practicing the rational humility needed to recognize that human interpretations of divine truth are always partial and culturally conditioned. In the public square, this synthesis manifests as public reason, requiring communities to translate their private spiritual intuitions into a shared vocabulary of fairness, evidence, and human flourishing accessible to all citizens. By charting a stable middle path between the violent intolerance of dogmatic fanaticism and the hollow cynicism of radical moral relativism, the narrative proves that the requirement to practice mercy and justice is an objective, universal law verified by our shared history and collective heritage. This book is an indispensable manifesto for the modern age, written for believers of all faiths, seekers, and secular citizens alike. It is a book that does not ask us to abandon our flags or minimize our differences, but challenges us to recognize that beneath the diverse banners under which we march, we are ultimately sustained by the same deep, universal wellspring of human virtue. It provides a luminous, intellectually rigorous framework for interfaith dialogue, community mediation, and civic harmony, reminding us that the primary divide facing humanity today does not run vertically between different religions, but horizontally through every human community, a perpetual tension between our highest aspirations and our lowest impulses. Elegant, profound, and urgently necessary, this work is a clarion call to reclaim humanity's shared moral core and build a global civilization anchored firmly in our highest common factors. Ultimately, this work stands as an indispensable, urgent read, not merely for all peace-loving Malaysians navigating their own rich cultural tapestry, but for every global citizen seeking a path through our fracturing world. For anyone striving to look beyond the surface of division and discover a resilient foundation for the human future, this book offers a masterclass in hope, providing the definitive intellectual roadmap for all who dare to believe that we can coexist with our differences in profound peace, enduring harmony, and shared joy. About the author, high-velocity, high-granularity thinking. Azlan Adnan is an autodidact and a polymath with an IQ of 168. He holds a Master of Arts in International Business and Management from the Westminster Business School, University of Westminster in London, and a postgraduate certificate in teaching from Royal Holloway, University of London. His mind operates at a level that is visibly and measurably different from the average person. While most people think in linear, surface-level patterns and stay within narrow domains, Azlan thinks in systems, layers, and deep causal connections. He moves at high velocity, rapidly synthesizing ideas while maintaining exceptional granularity, seeing fine details and subtle relationships that others completely miss. This rare combination of speed and resolution allows him to cross-pollinate concepts from physics, medicine, philosophy, consciousness studies, nutrition, politics, international relations, and religion in ways that feel both surprising and inevitable once you see them. This distinctive cognitive style is the driving force behind everything he writes. You can see it clearly in every chapter of this book and across the entire Mind Science series. The way he builds models, challenges entrenched assumptions, and connects seemingly unrelated phenomena is not just a writing style. It is how his mind naturally functions. Azlan has written more than 130 books covering a remarkably wide range of subjects, including mind science, health and nutrition, politics, Islam, Russia, Iran, and international relations. Every single one of these books is released completely free in the public domain. All of them can be downloaded at no cost from Z Library, Telegram, and Facebook. He deliberately places all his writings in the public domain because he believes that powerful, high-resolution ideas should not be locked behind paywalls or controlled by institutions. Knowledge and clarity of thought, in his view, belong to humanity. His goal is to make these ideas freely available to anyone in the world who is ready and willing to engage with them, regardless of their financial situation or background. What you are about to read is therefore not an ordinary book. It is the direct output of a mind that thinks at a fundamentally different resolution. Every page reveals not only new ideas, but a completely different way of seeing and understanding reality itself. This is Azlan Adnan's mind at work. Religion. What unites us? What divides us? Finding humanity's highest common factor while embracing diversity. By Azlan Adnan, M.A., Saturday, 18 July 2026.
Prologue. The Great Paradox of Religion. Few institutions have shaped human civilization as profoundly as religion. Long before the first cities emerged, before writing was invented, before kingdoms rose and fell, human beings gazed upon the stars and asked questions that continue to resonate today. Why are we here? Is there a creator? What happens after death? Why do suffering and injustice exist? Is there an objective standard of right and wrong? Does human life possess a purpose beyond survival? These questions are as old as humanity itself. They transcend geography, language, and culture. Every civilization has sought answers, and in doing so has developed traditions of belief, ritual, and moral teaching that today we collectively describe as religion. Religion is therefore not a historical accident or a cultural curiosity. It is one of humanity's oldest and most enduring institutions. For tens of thousands of years, it has shaped how people understand themselves, relate to one another, organize societies, and interpret the universe. No civilization has developed entirely independently of religious ideas. Whether one approaches religion as divine revelation, philosophical inquiry, cultural evolution, or social institution, its influence on human history is impossible to ignore. Religion has inspired some of humanity's greatest achievements. The world's most magnificent temples, churches, mosques, synagogues, and monasteries stand not merely as architectural masterpieces, but as monuments to humanity's search for meaning. Religious inspiration has produced extraordinary works of literature, philosophy, music, sculpture, and painting. Sacred traditions have nurtured some of the world's greatest intellectual movements, preserving knowledge during periods of political upheaval and encouraging reflection on ethics, justice, compassion, and the human condition. Religion has also transformed lives through service. Across the centuries, religious communities established hospitals before governments assumed responsibility for healthcare. They founded schools and universities, cared for orphans, sheltered refugees, fed the hungry, and comforted the dying. Countless acts of generosity, self-sacrifice, and forgiveness have been motivated by deeply held religious convictions. For billions of people today, religion continues to provide moral guidance, emotional resilience, social belonging, and hope in the face of suffering. Yet religion occupies another, darker place in human history. The Crusades, the European wars of religion, the partition of India. sectarian violence in Northern Ireland, conflicts in the Middle East, persecution of religious minorities, communal riots, terrorism committed in the name of God, and countless smaller episodes of intolerance have all been associated, to varying degrees, with religious identity. News headlines frequently portray religion as a source of division, extremism, and violence. Critics therefore argue that religion is inherently dangerous, and that humanity would be more peaceful without it. Others reach precisely the opposite conclusion. They point to religion's indispensable role in promoting charity, moral order, family life, education, reconciliation, and peace building. They argue that the problem is not religion itself, but the misuse of religion by individuals driven by political ambition, economic interests, or ideological extremism. Both perspectives contain elements of truth. Neither captures the whole truth. This apparent contradiction is the great paradox of religion. How can the same institution inspire Mother Teresa and suicide bombers, Mahatma Gandhi, and religious inquisitions, humanitarian relief, and holy war? How can the same sacred texts produce lives of remarkable compassion in one context and bitter conflict in another? Why does religion unite millions of strangers into communities of mutual care while simultaneously dividing neighbors who have lived together for generations? These are not merely historical questions. They are among the defining questions of the 21st century. This book begins from a simple but far-reaching premise. Religion is neither inherently peaceful nor inherently violent. Like language, law, science, ethnicity, nationalism, and political ideology, religion is a powerful organizer of human identity. It possesses extraordinary capacity both to unite and to divide. Whether it becomes a bridge or a barrier depends not only upon its teachings, but also upon the social, political, economic, and historical circumstances in which those teachings are interpreted and applied. Religion occupies a unique position among human institutions because it simultaneously addresses three dimensions of human existence. It speaks to the individual by offering meaning, purpose, and moral guidance. It binds communities together through shared rituals, beliefs, and traditions. It reaches beyond the material world by addressing questions of transcendence, ultimate reality, and the sacred. Because religion operates simultaneously at the personal, communal, and transcendent levels, its influence is exceptionally deep. Few other institutions command such enduring loyalty or inspire such profound emotional commitment. Precisely because religion matters so deeply to people, it possesses immense constructive power. Yet for the same reason, it can also become an extraordinarily potent instrument of division when linked to fear, insecurity, political ambition, or competing identities. Understanding this dual nature is the central purpose of this book. Public discussions about religion often suffer from oversimplification. Some commentators attribute almost every conflict involving religious communities to religion itself. Others insist that religion is never responsible, claiming that politics alone explains every instance of violence. Both positions substitute ideology for analysis. History is rarely monocausal. Major historical events almost always arise from a complex interaction of multiple causes: political ambition, economic competition, historical grievances, demographic change, colonial legacies, geography, ethnicity, nationalism, technological development, and religious conviction frequently interact in ways that cannot be separated neatly. One of the recurring themes of this book is that these different factors must first be distinguished analytically before they can be understood collectively. To observe that two opposing groups belong to different religions does not necessarily mean religion caused their conflict. Equally, when religious institutions make significant contributions to education, healthcare, or humanitarian relief, those achievements should be understood within their broader social and historical contexts, rather than attributed exclusively to religion itself. The objective throughout this book is neither to exaggerate religion's influence nor to minimize it, but to understand it accurately. A second principle underlies the chapters that follow. Religion must be distinguished from ethnicity, nationality, race, culture, and political ideology. These identities often overlap. They frequently reinforce one another, yet they are not identical. A Catholic Irishman and a Catholic Filipino share a religion, but not an ethnicity or nationality. Two Arabs may share ethnicity while belonging to different religions. Two citizens of the same nation may worship differently or not at all. Confusing these distinct forms of identity has produced enormous misunderstanding in both academic scholarship and public debate. Throughout history, political leaders have often fused religious identity with ethnic identity, national identity, or ideological identity in order to strengthen collective solidarity. Once these identities become intertwined, conflicts over territory, resources, or political power may appear to be purely religious, even when religion is only one element within a much larger constellation of causes. Careful analysis, therefore, requires conceptual precision. Another central idea introduced in this book is what I call humanity's highest common factor. Most studies of religion begin by emphasizing differences. They compare doctrines concerning God, revelation, salvation, sacred scripture, ritual practice, or the afterlife. These differences are undoubtedly important and deserve careful examination. Yet focusing exclusively upon difference risks overlooking something equally significant. Despite their remarkable diversity, many of the world's religious traditions encourage honesty, compassion, generosity, humility, justice, forgiveness, and concern for the vulnerable. Likewise, most condemn murder, theft, deception, cruelty, exploitation, and corruption. This ethical convergence deserves far greater attention than it usually receives. The expression highest common factor is borrowed deliberately from mathematics. Different numbers may appear unrelated, yet they share common factors. Similarly, religions may disagree profoundly about theology, while nevertheless converging upon many of the moral principles necessary for peaceful coexistence. Recognizing this common ethical foundation does not imply that all religions are identical, nor does it erase genuine theological disagreements. It simply acknowledges that beneath diversity lies a substantial moral consensus capable of supporting cooperation across religious boundaries. In an increasingly interconnected world, this shared ethical foundation may prove more important than ever before. History provides abundant evidence that religion can become a bridge rather than a barrier. Faith-based humanitarian organizations provide disaster relief without regard to race, nationality, or religion. Religious medical missions operate in regions where governments have failed to provide adequate health care. Educational institutions established by religious communities have transformed countless lives. Interfaith dialogue initiatives promote understanding across cultural and theological divides. Everyday acts of kindness inspired by religious conviction occur in every corner of the world, rarely attracting media attention, precisely because they are so commonplace. Religion has also enabled friendships, marriages, partnerships, and communities that transcend differences of language, ethnicity, and nationality. Shared faith has often united individuals who otherwise possess little in common, demonstrating religion's remarkable capacity to expand rather than narrow human identity. These achievements deserve as much scholarly attention as religion's failures. To understand religion solely through the lens of violence would be as misleading as studying medicine solely through medical malpractice or politics solely through dictatorship. At the same time, it would be equally naive to ignore religion's capacity to be manipulated. One of this book's central arguments is that religion, like every powerful social institution, can become an instrument serving purposes far removed from its ethical teachings. Political leaders invoke religious language to strengthen legitimacy. Nationalist movements fuse religious identity with ethnic identity. Extremist organizations selectively interpret sacred texts to justify violence. Governments regulate, promote, or suppress religious institutions in pursuit of political objectives. Throughout history, religion has frequently been enlisted in struggles whose primary motivations lay elsewhere. This phenomenon is not unique to religion. Nationalism, race, class, political ideology, and even science have all been mobilized both for remarkable human achievement and for catastrophic destruction. The same human capacities that build hospitals can build concentration camps. The same scientific knowledge that eradicates disease can produce weapons of mass destruction. The same patriotism that inspires sacrifice can descend into xenophobia. Religion belongs within this broader study of collective human behavior. An important implication follows. Human beings do not merely inherit religions, they continually reinterpret them. Sacred texts often remain unchanged for centuries, yet the societies reading those texts evolve continuously. New political realities, economic systems, scientific discoveries, cultural transformations, and technological revolutions inevitably influence how religious communities understand and apply their traditions. Religion shapes civilization. Civilization also shapes religion. Understanding this dynamic relationship is essential if we are to understand why the same religion can produce very different social outcomes in different historical contexts. Because religion touches deeply held convictions, discussions about it often generate strong emotions. Readers may therefore wonder whether this book approaches its subject from a religious or secular perspective. The answer is neither. This book begins with no assumption that any religion is uniquely peaceful or uniquely violent. Nor does it assume that secular societies are inherently more tolerant or less tolerant than religious societies. Every tradition, every institution, and every historical case examined in these pages will be evaluated according to the same analytical standards. Where evidence supports criticism, criticism will be offered. Where evidence supports praise, praise will be offered. The objective is understanding rather than advocacy, explanation rather than polemic, evidence rather than ideology. This commitment to intellectual fairness reflects a simple conviction. Difficult questions deserve honest answers rather than comforting assumptions. This book therefore does not ask readers to abandon their faith, embrace a different faith, or reject religion altogether. It asks something more demanding. It invites readers to examine familiar assumptions critically, to distinguish between religious belief and its political use, to recognize the complexity of historical causation, and to appreciate both the remarkable diversity and the profound commonality that characterize humanity's religious traditions. If, by the end of this journey, readers emerge with a deeper appreciation of religion's extraordinary complexity, a clearer understanding of why conflicts arise, a greater awareness of humanity's shared ethical heritage, and a stronger commitment to peaceful coexistence amidst diversity, then this book will have fulfilled its purpose. Before we can ask whether religion unites or divides humanity, however, we must answer a deceptively simple question. What is religion? The answer is far less obvious than it first appears. For centuries, theologians, philosophers, anthropologists, historians, sociologists, and psychologists have each offered their own definitions. Every definition captures an important aspect of religion, yet none fully encompasses its extraordinary complexity. Without first understanding what religion is and what it is not, every subsequent discussion risks confusion. That is where our journey begins. Chapter 1. What is religion? Humanity's oldest social institution. The first and chief concern of all religions is to answer the question, what must I do to be saved? Max Weber. Every known civilization has developed some form of religion or spiritual worldview. From prehistoric burial rituals to the great religious traditions of the modern world, human beings have consistently sought meaning beyond immediate survival. Why? Before we can ask whether religion unites or divides humanity, we must first understand what religion is, and just as importantly, what it is not. Much public debate about religion is confused because different people use the same word to mean very different things. For some, religion is primarily belief in God. For others, it is ritual, culture, morality, or community. In reality, religion encompasses all of these dimensions and more. This chapter lays the conceptual foundation for the entire book. It argues that religion is not merely a collection of supernatural beliefs, but one of humanity's oldest and most influential social institutions. Throughout history, it has shaped law, education, politics, art, ethics, and civilization itself. Archaeological evidence suggests that religious or spiritual behavior predates recorded history by tens of thousands of years. Ancient burial sites frequently contain tools, ornaments, food, and other objects placed beside the deceased, suggesting that early humans believed death was not necessarily the end of existence. Cave paintings, ritual sites, and symbolic artifacts likewise indicate that prehistoric societies were already attempting to understand forces beyond the visible world. Long before organized religions emerged, human beings were asking the same profound questions that continue to occupy philosophers, theologians, and scientists today. Where did we come from? Why do we die? What causes natural disasters? Is there an invisible order governing the universe? How should we live? The remarkable consistency of these questions across cultures suggests that religion addresses fundamental aspects of the human condition, rather than representing a temporary stage in human development. Defining religion, however, is far from straightforward. No single definition fully captures its complexity, because religion operates on several levels simultaneously. Theologians generally understand religion as humanity's relationship with the sacred, the divine, or ultimate reality. Sociologists emphasize its role in creating social cohesion, shared values, and collective identity. Anthropologists regard religion as a cultural system through which societies preserve traditions, rituals, and symbolic meanings. Psychologists examine how religion helps individuals cope with suffering, uncertainty, and mortality while providing meaning, hope, and resilience. Philosophers approach religion as humanity's enduring attempt to answer ultimate questions concerning existence, morality, consciousness, and purpose. These perspectives are not contradictory. Rather, they illuminate different dimensions of the same phenomenon. Together, they reveal religion as one of the most complex institutions ever created by human civilization. One of the most important ideas developed throughout this book is that religion is far more than belief alone. Religion is simultaneously a system of beliefs, a source of personal identity, a community of shared values, a body of ethical teachings, a collection of rituals, a repository of cultural memory, and an enduring social institution. Individuals may participate in religion for theological conviction, family tradition, cultural identity, moral guidance, social belonging, or a combination of all these reasons. This multidimensional character helps explain why religious identity often remains significant even in increasingly secular societies. Many people who seldom attend religious services nevertheless continue to identify strongly with a particular faith because it forms part of their family history, cultural heritage, or communal identity. Religion has also played an indispensable role in the development of civilization. Throughout history, religious institutions established schools, universities, hospitals, orphanages, and charitable organizations long before governments assumed many of these responsibilities. Monasteries preserved priceless manuscripts during periods of political instability. Religious scholars contributed significantly to philosophy, astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and law. Sacred architecture became some of humanity's greatest artistic achievements, while religious patronage encouraged the flourishing of music, literature, sculpture, and painting. Whether one views religion favorably or critically, its contribution to the development of civilization cannot be dismissed. Scholars have proposed numerous explanations for why religion appears in every known society. One explanation is that religion provided early human communities with a framework for explaining natural phenomena before the emergence of modern science. Storms, droughts, earthquakes, eclipses, and disease were interpreted through religious narratives that offered meaning and predictability in an uncertain world. Another explanation is that religion helped establish moral order. Shared ethical principles encouraged cooperation, discouraged harmful behavior, and provided common standards by which communities could resolve disputes. Religion also strengthened social cohesion. Shared beliefs, rituals, and ceremonies fostered trust, reinforced communal identity, and promoted mutual obligation among members of a society. Equally important, religion helped individuals cope with death, suffering, and uncertainty. Belief in transcendence or an afterlife offered comfort in times of grief, while providing hope that life possessed meaning beyond immediate experience. Religion further served as a vehicle for transmitting values across generations. Through stories, rituals, festivals, and sacred texts, societies preserved their moral traditions and cultural memory. These explanations are not mutually exclusive. Religion almost certainly emerged because it fulfilled multiple psychological, social, cultural, and existential functions simultaneously. One of the central arguments of this book is that religion represents only one among many identities that human beings possess. Every individual belongs simultaneously to numerous overlapping communities. A person may be Malaysian, Muslim, Malay, a physician, a parent, an environmentalist, and a musician, all at the same time. None of these identities automatically determines the others, and each may become more or less significant depending upon circumstance. Recognizing these multiple identities is essential because many public discussions confuse religion with ethnicity, nationality, or culture. Religion is a system of beliefs, practices, and moral teachings. Ethnicity refers to ancestry, shared cultural heritage, language, or historical origin. Nationality refers to citizenship and political membership of a state. Culture encompasses shared customs, traditions, and social practices. Although these identities frequently overlap, they are not synonymous. A Muslim may be Arab, Malay, Turkish, Bosnian, Nigerian, or British. An Arab may be Muslim, Christian, Druze, or secular. Two people may share the same nationality while belonging to entirely different religions. Confusing these distinct categories often leads to poor historical analysis and misguided public policy. This distinction becomes especially important when examining conflict. Many disputes commonly described as religious conflicts actually involve several interconnected factors: territorial claims, historical grievances, colonial legacies, economic competition, political ambition, ethnic identity, and questions of citizenship often interact with religion in highly complex ways. Religion may sometimes be a primary cause, but in many cases it functions as only one component within a much broader web of historical circumstances. Careful analysis, therefore, requires disentangling these different factors before drawing conclusions about causation. Before examining religion's role in conflict, however, we must recognize its remarkable capacity to unite people. Across the world, religious communities operate hospitals, schools, universities, disaster relief programs, orphanages, refugee centers, and humanitarian organizations. Faith-based charities provide assistance regardless of race, nationality, or religion. Interfaith dialogue initiatives encourage mutual understanding across cultural boundaries, while countless local congregations quietly strengthen neighborhoods through voluntary service and charitable work. Religion has also created relationships that transcend ethnicity, language, and nationality. Shared religious identity has often enabled friendships, marriages, partnerships, and communities that would otherwise have been unlikely to develop. In such cases, religion functions not as a barrier, but as a bridge connecting people from diverse backgrounds through shared moral commitments and common purpose. Yet the very mechanisms that generate solidarity within one community can also create divisions between communities. Strong religious identity fosters belonging, mutual trust, and collective responsibility. At the same time, it may reinforce distinctions between those who belong and those who do not. Under certain political, social, or historical conditions, these distinctions can become sources of suspicion, competition, or conflict. This pattern is not unique to religion. Nationality, ethnicity, race, political ideology, language, and even sporting loyalties demonstrate similar dynamics. Human beings naturally organize themselves into groups, and every group identity possesses the potential both to strengthen internal cohesion and to distinguish insiders from outsiders. Religion should therefore be understood not as an isolated phenomenon, but as one example of a broader tendency within human societies to construct collective identities. This insight forms the foundation upon which the remainder of this book is built. Religion is older than recorded history and appears in every known civilization. It is far more than belief alone, encompassing identity, ritual, ethics, culture, and social institutions. It has contributed enormously to the development of civilization while interacting continuously with politics, economics, ethnicity, and culture. It has inspired extraordinary cooperation and under certain circumstances has also become associated with conflict. Understanding religion therefore requires conceptual precision, historical context, and intellectual humility. Only by appreciating its complexity can we begin to answer the central question posed by this book. Is religion fundamentally a force for unity, a source of division, or something far more nuanced? Before addressing that question directly, however, we must explore another that is equally important. If the world's religions differ so profoundly in their beliefs, scriptures, and rituals, do they nevertheless share a common ethical foundation? That question forms the subject of the next chapter, which introduces the concept of humanity's highest common factor, the shared moral principles that may unite the world's religious traditions, despite their theological differences.
Chapter 2. Humanity's Highest Common Factor, the Shared Moral Core of the World's Religions. When exploring the vast landscape of human spirituality, the modern observer is almost invariably drawn first to the peaks of theological difference. We are taught to categorize civilizations by their metaphysical departures, charting the map of human belief according to profound variations in doctrine. We note that where one tradition commands absolute devotion to a singular, all-powerful creator, another populates the cosmos with a vibrant pantheon of diverse deities, whilst a third bypasses the concept of a personal god altogether, focusing instead on an ultimate reality discovered through inner mindfulness and enlightenment. We examine contrasting maps of the great beyond, noting how some faiths promise an eternal paradise or a state of permanent salvation, while others envision a cyclical journey of death and rebirth governed by the cosmic ledger of karma. These doctrinal divisions are real, historically significant, and deeply meaningful to those who hold them. Yet, a fixation on these metaphysical variances obscures a far more remarkable sociological truth. Civilizations do not survive across millennia because their citizens possess identical views on the nature of post-mortem existence or the mechanics of divine revelation. They survive because their members broadly agree on how human beings should behave toward one another in the present life. If we look beneath the dizzying diversity of global theology, we discover a striking foundational architecture of shared morality. To understand this phenomenon, it is helpful to borrow a simple metaphor from elementary mathematics, the principle of the highest common factor. Consider the numbers 12, 18, and 24. At first glance, they are entirely distinct entities, each possessing its own value, character, and position on the number line. Yet, when they are broken down into their constituent components, we discover that they share a substantial mathematical inheritance. The number 6 resides within each of them, serving as the largest factor that binds these distinct values together. The world's great spiritual traditions operate in an almost identical fashion. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, and the ancient indigenous philosophies of the world represent distinct cultural and theological frameworks. They speak different languages, revere different scriptures, and maintain unique institutional structures. However, when we strip away the dense layers of metaphysical speculation and examine their foundational rules for human interaction, we find a remarkably consistent ethical core. This shared moral inheritance forms humanity's ethical highest common factor. It represents a vast reservoir of common ground that exists independently of theological agreement, offering a robust historical blueprint for peaceful coexistence in a multi-faith world. The primacy of conduct over metaphysics. The functional reality of a pluralistic society reveals that neighbors do not need to share a common understanding of the divine to share a peaceful street. Human relationships, local commerce, and civic trust are built not upon a shared consensus regarding ultimate cosmic mysteries, but upon a mutual agreement concerning immediate human conduct. A Muslim and a Christian may hold fundamentally incompatible views regarding the historical and spiritual nature of Jesus of Nazareth. A Buddhist and a Hindu may argue for centuries over whether the human soul is an enduring, permanent essence or a fluid, impermanent stream of consciousness. A Jew and a Sikh may look to entirely different lines of prophets, gurus, and sacred scripts to understand how the Word of God enters the human realm. Yet, despite these profound metaphysical disagreements, these individuals can walk out of their respective places of worship and cooperate seamlessly in the marketplace of daily life. They can jointly run businesses, build schools, support local charities, and protect their neighborhoods from harm. This cooperation is possible because, despite their theological departures, they share an identical expectation of moral behavior. All of their traditions instruct them that a life well lived must be rooted in truthfulness, fairness, and mutual care. This vital distinction between theological diversity and ethical convergence is one of the most neglected insights in contemporary public discourse. Too often, commentators speak of an inevitable clash of civilizations, operating under the false assumption that because different communities hold different beliefs about the next world, they must necessarily fight in this one. In reality, the history of human cooperation suggests that our shared moral vocabulary is more than sufficient to bridge our theological divides. The highest common factor principle reminds us that we can remain deeply attached to our unique faith traditions while standing firmly together on the universal ground of human ethics. The universal virtues. When we examine the moral vocabulary of global faith traditions, we find that the virtues praised across the continents are virtually identical. The world's religions do not simply offer arbitrary rules, they converge upon a specific set of human qualities deemed essential for the flourishing of the individual and the stability of the community. The first of these foundational virtues is truthfulness and integrity. Across every major spiritual lineage, honesty is recognized not merely as a polite social convention, but as the indispensable bedrock of collective trust. Without the assurance of truth, human language collapses, commerce freezes, and communities fragment into suspicious factions. Consequently, the cultivation of a truthful tongue and a transparent heart is universally demanded of the believer, establishing integrity as a primary spiritual duty. Closely bound to truth is the expansive virtue of compassion and mercy. The world's religions consistently direct the human gaze away from self-interest and toward the plight of the vulnerable, the impoverished, the sick, and the stranger. Whether expressed through the active practice of charity, the hospitality shown to an unexpected traveler, or the institutional care for the orphan and the widow, compassion is framed as the ultimate validation of true spirituality. To possess faith without showing mercy to the suffering is widely condemned as a profound form of moral hypocrisy. Furthermore, the pursuit of justice and fairness occupies a central place in the global moral inheritance. While the political structures of history have varied wildly, the underlying human intuition that reward should be fair, that weights should be equal, and that the weak should be protected from the tyranny of the strong is remarkably constant. Religions provide the moral grammar through which societies articulate their hunger for equity, demanding that power be exercised with restraint, and that the legal frameworks of human communities reflect an objective standard of fairness. In tandem with justice, the virtue of humility is universally prescribed as an antidote to the destructive impulses of human arrogance and pride. Traditions as diverse as monotheism, Buddhism, and Taoism warn that the self-centered ego is the primary source of human conflict and blindness. By encouraging individuals to recognize their own limitations, to value the wisdom of others, and to walk lightly upon the earth, religions seek to cultivate a social environment where reconciliation is possible. It is this humility that directly enables the practice of forgiveness. Though the paths toward healing are described using different theological metaphors, the call to release resentment, to repair broken bonds, and to offer second chances to the errant is a universal moral imperative. Finally, the maintenance of a stable society depends heavily upon the twin virtues of self-control and individual responsibility. Religions serve as ancient schools of psychological discipline, valuing emotional and physical restraint over unbridled impulsiveness. They instruct their followers to govern their speech, master their desires, and discipline their anger. This inward governance ensures that individuals accept personal responsibility for their actions, recognizing that their choices carry profound consequences for their families, their communities, and the broader social fabric. The universal prohibitions, just as the world's religions converge on the qualities that elevate humanity, they demonstrate an equally powerful agreement on the behaviors that degrade it. The moral codes of mankind contain a shared list of prohibitions designed to protect human dignity and prevent the slide into social chaos. At the apex of these universal boundaries is the absolute condemnation of murder. The arbitrary taking of human life is recognized across all major traditions as a cosmic violation, an assault on the sacred order that underpins existence. Alongside this protection of life is the universal prohibition against theft, fraud, and deception. Every enduring society has recognized that the arbitrary seizure of property and the systematic use of lies for personal gain erode the mutual trust required for communal survival. Furthermore, the world's scriptures speak with a unified voice against the evils of exploitation, cruelty, and corruption. The systemic abuse of authority and the exploitation of the weak are consistently identified as grave sins that invite societal decay and divine judgment. Betrayal of trust, greed, and the deliberate infliction of unnecessary suffering are universally marked as moral failures. While historical communities have frequently failed to live up to these standards, the existence of the prohibitions themselves demonstrates a shared human understanding of what constitutes a violation of our collective conscience. The mechanisms of moral convergence. The existence of this vast ethical agreement across isolated centuries and distant geographies raises a profound question: why does this moral convergence exist at all? How did human groups, separated by massive oceans, towering mountain ranges, and deep cultural divides, arrive at such remarkably similar conclusions about how human beings ought to live together? There is no single answer to this riddle. Rather, several complementary explanations offer insight into this universal human pattern. From a theological perspective, this shared morality is viewed as a direct reflection of a single divine source. Believers across many traditions argue that the moral law is written into the very fabric of creation, a universal imprint left by a wise creator or an objective cosmic order. In this view, prophets, sages, and enlightened teachers across different eras were all tapping into the same ultimate reservoir of truth, translating a singular spiritual reality into the diverse languages of their respective peoples. Conversely, evolutionary biology and anthropology offer a grounded, naturalistic explanation. These disciplines suggest that cooperation was the ultimate survival mechanism for early human communities. In the harsh environments of the ancestral past, isolated individuals perished, while groups that learn to cooperate, share food, protect their young, and enforce internal fairness survive to pass on their genes. Over hundreds of thousands of years, these pro-social behaviors became deeply embedded in human biology, giving rise to natural instincts for empathy, reciprocity, and a rudimentary sense of fairness. Sociologists and psychologists observe that stable human societies simply require these shared norms to function, regardless of their underlying metaphysics. A community that permits unchecked murder, theft, and deceit will inevitably collapse under the weight of its own internal strife. Therefore, the survival of any civilization necessitates the development of rules that protect human life and enforce honesty. Psychologically, empathy and the capacity to mirror the emotions of others emerge naturally within normal human social development, leading different cultures toward identical ethical conclusions through the simple application of human reason and experience. Importantly, these various explanations do not need to compete for validity. It is entirely possible that biological evolution, social necessity, psychological development, and spiritual insight have all operated simultaneously, working as overlapping mechanisms that guide the human species toward a unified ethical destination. The Golden Rule as a universal compass. Nowhere is this ethical convergence more beautifully or precisely expressed than in the principle commonly known as the Golden Rule. In an astonishing display of cross-cultural harmony, virtually every major religious and philosophical tradition in human history contains a version of this core maxim: treat others as you would wish to be treated yourself. In the texts of the Abrahamic faiths, this principle shines brightly. The Jewish tradition, captured elegantly by the ancient sage Hillel, summarizes the entirety of the Torah through a negative formulation of the rule: what is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. That is the entire Torah, the rest is commentary. In the Christian Gospels, Jesus delivers the positive variation during the Sermon on the Mount, instructing his listeners to do unto others as they would have others do unto them. Similarly, Islamic traditions record the Prophet Muhammad declaring that no one truly believes until he wishes for his brother what he wishes for himself. When we travel eastward, the pattern holds with equal force. The ancient Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, counsels that one should never do to another that which one would regard as injurious to oneself. The Buddha consistently utilized the mechanism of moral imagination, urging his followers to compare themselves with others, recognizing that just as they fear pain and value life, so too do all living beings, and that therefore one should neither strike nor cause to strike. In China, Confucius responded to a query about a single word that could guide a lifetime of conduct by offering the concept of reciprocity. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. This remarkable convergence deserves our deepest attention. The wording changes slightly across traditions. Some phrase it as a positive command to do good, others as a cautionary warning to avoid causing harm, and others as a philosophical reflection on human reciprocity. Yet the underlying moral intuition remains absolutely constant. The Golden Rule asks human beings to step outside the narrow confines of their own egos, to employ their moral imagination, and to recognize that the person standing before them possesses an inner life, a vulnerability and a dignity identical to their own. It is the ultimate distillation of humanity's highest common factor. Building coexistence on shared foundations. The practical value of the highest common factor principle becomes acutely apparent when we confront the realities of modern, pluralistic societies. We live in an era characterized by unprecedented human movement, where globalization and technology bring diverse communities into daily contact. In any major cosmopolitan city, a single street may house families who trace their lineages to different corners of the globe and who look to entirely different horizons of faith. In such an environment, the pursuit of social harmony can easily falter if we believe that peace requires total agreement on matters of ultimate truth. If we assume that we cannot live together until we agree on the nature of salvation, the authority of specific scriptures, or the correct format of prayer, we condemn our societies to perpetual fragmentation. The highest common factor principle offers a liberating alternative. It reminds us that we can build deep, enduring civic cooperation precisely because we agree on moral conduct, even while we continue to disagree profoundly on theology. This insight provides a transformative framework for interfaith dialogue, community mediation, and public education. Too often, well-meaning interreligious initiatives degenerate into polite, superficial gatherings where participants pretend that all theological differences are trivial. This approach is intellectually dishonest and deeply unconvincing to serious believers. A far more robust approach begins by acknowledging genuine doctrinal differences with complete honesty, while simultaneously identifying the massive ethical common ground that unites us. Instead of asking communities to abandon their unique traditions, this principle invites them to deploy their distinct faiths in service of the same universal virtues. A Christian can practice compassion because they follow the example of Christ. A Muslim can practice justice because they submit to the commands of the Quran. A Buddhist can practice mercy because they seek to embody the path of mindfulness. Their theological motivations remain beautifully distinct, yet their social output converges on the exact same human virtues. By focusing our collective attention on this shared moral inheritance, we can transform diversity from a source of anxiety into a powerful foundation for a shared civic life. The limits of the shared core. To maintain intellectual credibility and avoid the trap of sentimental wishful thinking, we must also frankly acknowledge the limitations of the highest common factor principle. The claim that the world's religions share a substantial ethical core is not a claim that they are entirely identical, nor is it an assertion that they place equal emphasis on every virtue in every historical era. Ethical priorities do vary across traditions. For instance, some religions may place a primary emphasis on social justice, community activism, and the transformation of political structures, while others focus their energy on internal purification, ascetic restraint, and the cultivation of detachment from the material world. Furthermore, the practical interpretation of these virtues evolves over time. What one century defines as a just social order, a later century may correctly identify as an unacceptable form of inequality. Most importantly, we must never confuse the high ideals found within sacred texts with the actual historical behavior of religious communities. The tragic reality of human history is that religious groups have frequently failed to practice the very virtues their scriptures command. Believers have routinely allowed tribalism, fear, greed, and the pursuit of political power to override their shared moral inheritance. Recognizing a shared moral core does not erase these historical failures, nor does it excuse the instances where religion has been weaponized to cause harm. The highest common factor principle is not a magical guarantee of automatic peace, rather it is a critical framework for self-reflection and dialogue. It provides a standard by which communities can judge their own actions, allowing them to distinguish between their highest spiritual aspirations and their lowest human impulses. The highest factor and the lowest denominator. To fully appreciate the power of this framework, we must contrast the highest common factor with its dark opposite, the concept of the lowest common denominator. If the highest common factor represents the virtues, ethical principles, and noble aspirations that elevate humanity and are shared across traditions, the lowest common denominator represents the primitive impulses that reside within the shadow of human nature. These include fear, prejudice, tribalism, greed, animosity, and the ruthless pursuit of power over others. These base instincts are entirely universal. They are not the exclusive property of any single religion, nor are they unique to religious societies. They appear with equal regularity in secular cultures, nationalistic movements, and political ideologies. Whenever a community allows itself to be guided by these low impulses, it inevitably begins to view the world through a rigid, adversarial lens of us versus them. Differences are transformed into existential threats, neighbors are reclassified as enemies, and the universal demands of justice and compassion are discarded in favor of tribal survival. This contrast reveals a profound truth about the human condition. The most significant divide facing humanity today is not the border separating one religion from another, nor is it the line between the religious believer and the secular citizen. The real divide runs horizontally through every human heart and every human community. It is the eternal tension between our highest aspirations and our lowest impulses. The primary danger to human civilization is not the existence of religious diversity, but our vulnerability to the lowest common denominator of identity politics and fear. When we look across a fractured world and witness conflict, we are rarely looking at a clash born of genuine spiritual devotion. More often, we are witnessing the manipulation of sacred identities by political actors who have successfully activated the lowest common denominator of human anxiety. The highest common factor principle offers the essential antidote to this manipulation. By continually calling us back to the shared moral inheritance of mankind, it reminds us that our traditions possess the intellectual and spiritual resources needed to resist the pull of tribal hostility. It challenges us to look past our theological differences and recognize that in our shared hunger for a world ruled by honesty, justice, and compassion, we are fundamentally united. The future of human coexistence depends entirely upon our collective willingness to build our societies upon these highest common factors, ensuring that the diversity of our faiths remains a source of cultural richness rather than an instrument of division. Reflection questions. 1. Why do you think so many structurally and geographically isolated religions converged on nearly identical moral teachings, such as the Golden Rule? 2. In what ways does separating a community's theological beliefs from their ethical conduct make peaceful coexistence easier to achieve in a diverse neighborhood? 3. How can interfaith dialogue groups move past superficial pleasantries to address genuine doctrinal differences without undermining their shared values? 4. When looking at historical conflicts, how can we distinguish between a clash driven by genuine religious conviction and one driven by the lowest common denominator of political fear and tribalism? 5. Can a highly secularized society successfully maintain and transmit the universal virtues traditionally taught by religions if it completely discards the spiritual frameworks that historically carried them? Chapter 3. The Anatomy of Fragmentation: How Dogma and Tribalism Divide Us. If humanity's shared ethical core represents a grand architectural blueprint for harmony, history represents the turbulent terrain upon which that blueprint is routinely torn apart. To acknowledge the existence of a highest common factor is only half the task. The more painful, urgent necessity is to understand why this universal moral grammar so frequently fails us. If the world's spiritual traditions possess an almost identical code of compassion, justice, and truth, why is the story of human civilization so deeply scarred by sectarian violence, religious wars, and deep-seated communal hatred? The answer lies in the tragic vulnerability of high ideals to low human impulses. The moment a universal ethical principle is encased within a rigid dogmatic structure, it risks being hijacked by our evolutionary instinct for tribalism. This chapter explores the psychological, sociological, and theological mechanisms that transform religion from a bridge of human connection into a wall of violent exclusion. By examining how universal virtues are weaponized into exclusionary doctrines, we can begin to diagnose the anatomy of human fragmentation and learn how to resist it. The allure and danger of absolute certainty. At the heart of ideological fragmentation lies a deeply rooted psychological craving, the desire for absolute certainty. The human condition is inherently fragile, defined by impermanence, vulnerability, and the terrifying vastness of an indifferent universe. In the face of existential anxiety, religious doctrines offer an incredibly potent psychological refuge. They provide definitive answers to life's most destabilizing questions regarding where we came from, what happens when we die, and how we distinguish ultimate right from wrong. When a faith tradition provides these answers, it fulfills a profound human need for order. However, a dangerous psychological mutation occurs when the comfort of personal faith hardens into the pathology of dogmatic absolutism. When a community convinces itself that it possesses not just a path to truth, but the exclusive, flawless monopoly on the entirety of cosmic reality, its relationship with the rest of humanity fundamentally changes. Once absolute certainty is achieved, nuance dies. If our group is entirely right, then any group that disagrees with us must, by definition, be entirely wrong. This cognitive binary shifts the view of the religious alternative from a fellow human being embarking on a different spiritual journey into a living monument to error. Metaphysical certainty creates an asymmetric moral landscape where the believer stands in the light of divine truth, while the outsider is cast into the darkness of ignorance or deliberate rebellion. The tribal matrix: from me to us versus them. To understand how dogma becomes violent, we must look to our evolutionary past. For hundreds of thousands of years, human survival depended entirely on the cohesion of the small tribe. Our brains evolved to hypersensitively distinguish between the in-group who share our blood and protect our camp, and the out-group of strangers over the ridge who compete for our scarce resources. This evolutionary heritage has left us with a powerful psychological software that can be thought of as a tribal matrix. We are naturally cooperative within our group, but naturally suspicious, defensive, and hostile toward those outside it. Universal moral instincts, when encased in rigid dogma, trigger this tribal matrix, dividing the world into a sacred in-group and a profane out-group. Religion, with its potent symbols, shared rituals, and cosmic narratives, serves as the ultimate social glue to bind a tribe together. It elevates the tribal bond from a mere contract of survival to a sacred covenant ordained by the cosmos. But when the tribal matrix hijacks spiritual identity, the universal virtues described in Chapter 2 undergo a catastrophic narrowing. Compassion is no longer extended to all living beings, but is reserved exclusively for one's co-religionists. Justice becomes an internal metric for treating our own fairly, while outsiders can be exploited, deceived, or ignored without guilt. Truthfulness becomes a duty owed only to those within the covenant, while deception of the enemy is reclassified as a pious strategy. This fracturing of the moral circle transforms religion into an amplifier of tribalism. The sacred texts are no longer read as mirrors for self-reflection, but as weapons to justify the supremacy of the in-group and the subjugation of the out-group. The mechanics of exclusionary language. The slide from theological disagreement to active persecution is paved with words. Before a community can commit atrocities against another, it must first alter its vocabulary. Ideological fragmentation relies heavily on specific linguistic mechanisms designed to erode empathy and justify exclusion. The first of these mechanisms is the rhetoric of contamination. Outgroups are rarely described merely as people with different ideas. They are framed using metaphors of disease, pollution, and cancer. Terms like infidel, heretic, apostate, or spiritually blind serve a specific psychological purpose by triggering disgust reactions rather than intellectual engagement. If a group is viewed as a source of spiritual or moral contagion, the act of isolating, suppressing, or destroying them is rebranded as an act of hygiene, a necessary purification of the social body. This is accompanied by the devaluation of secular and alien life. When a doctrine teaches that eternal salvation is contingent upon holding specific intellectual beliefs, the earthly life of the non-believer is instantly devalued. If an individual is deemed to be spiritually dead or destined for eternal damnation, their temporal suffering becomes trivialized. This linguistic devaluation makes it tragically easy for a dominant religious group to turn a blind eye to the systemic violation of the human rights of minorities living in their midst. Finally, cosmic dualism works to flatten complex geopolitical conflicts into melodramas of absolute good versus absolute evil. By framing a mundane dispute over land, water, or political representation as a holy war between the forces of light and the forces of darkness, compromise becomes impossible. In a cosmic war, moderation is viewed as cowardice, and diplomacy is condemned as treason against the divine. The lowest common denominator in action. The lowest common denominator represents the primitive impulses of fear, pride, and animosity. In times of socioeconomic distress, political collapse, or rapid cultural change, these base instincts become highly volatile. When communities feel threatened, the highest common factor of universal ethics is easily overridden by the survival mechanics of the lowest common denominator. Political demagogues and religious extremists are experts at exploiting this vulnerability. They rarely invent new hatreds. Instead, they weaponize existing theological differences to serve material agendas. By tapping into the historical grievances, existential anxieties, and dogmatic pride of a population, they can easily transform a peaceful neighbor into an existential threat. The historical record is tragic in its consistency. During the 30 Years' War in Europe, the surface theological cleavage of Catholicism versus Protestantism masked intense dynastic rivalry, territorial greed, and the consolidation of state sovereignty. In the 1947 partition of India, the tension between Hinduism and Islam was fueled by political power-sharing anxieties, colonial manipulation, and resource scarcity. Similarly, the Balkan conflicts of the 1990s utilized the divisions between Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam to drive ethno-nationalist ambition and exploit historical traumas amid economic collapse. In each of these catastrophes, the foundational moral codes of the respective faiths, codes that strictly forbid murder, theft, and cruelty, were utterly brushed aside. The lowest common denominator of tribal panic proved more powerful than the highest common factor of spiritual insight. The illusion of uniformity, internal fragmentation. It is a mistake to think that fragmentation only occurs between different religious traditions. The exact same dynamics of dogma and tribalism operate with equal ferocity within individual faiths. The history of sectarianism demonstrates that the closest brothers often make the bitterest enemies. This internal fragmentation is vividly illustrated by the enduring schisms that populate religious history. We see it in the centuries-old divide between Sunni and Shia Muslims, the bloody rifts between Catholic, Protestant and Eastern Orthodox Christians, and the deep internal fragmentations within Judaism, Buddhism and Hinduism over orthodoxy, orthopraxy and modernity. These internal wars are often characterized by an intensity that eclipses interfaith rivalries. In psychology, this is known as the narcissism of minor differences. When two groups share the vast majority of their theology, culture and history, the remaining small fraction of disagreement becomes a hyperfixation. Because the baseline similarity is so high, the minor deviation is perceived as an intimate betrayal, a dangerous mutation from within that threatens the purity of the entire enterprise. This internal policing of dogma reveals that fragmentation is not driven by an honest encounter with deep difference, but by an obsessive psychological need for absolute control and uniformity. Resisting the slide, the path of active awareness. Diagnosing the anatomy of fragmentation is not an exercise in cynicism, it is the first step toward building resilience. If we know exactly how our minds and cultures slide down into tribalism, we can actively build guardrails to stop the fall. Resisting fragmentation requires us to hold our metaphysical certainties with a profound sense of humility. It demands that we consciously monitor our language, refusing to use or accept words that devalue the humanity of those who do not share our worldview. Most importantly, it requires us to recognize when our faith is being used to shrink our circle of compassion rather than expand it. The moment our religion tells us to hate, fear, or exploit another human being, we must have the courage to realize that we are no longer practicing the highest common factor of our faith. We are simply surrendered to the lowest common denominator of our biology. Reflection questions. 1. Why does the psychological craving for absolute certainty so frequently override our natural capacity for empathy toward those who think differently? 2. Think of a modern political or social conflict. In what ways is the language of contamination or cosmic dualism being used to manipulate the public? 3. How can a religious community maintain deep, passionate devotion to its specific theological doctrines while actively avoiding the trap of dogmatic absolutism? 4. Why do you think the narcissism of minor differences causes internal schisms to sometimes become more violent than conflicts between entirely different religions? 5. What practical steps can individuals take in their daily lives to ensure that their internal tribal software does not distort their universal moral obligations? Chapter 4. The synthesis of reason and revelation, navigating the modern pluralistic landscape. The tension between absolute certainty and destructive tribalism poses one of the most formidable challenges to the contemporary world. If the internal mechanics of dogmatic absolutism tend towards social fragmentation, the modern era exacerbates this friction by bringing highly diverse worldviews into immediate, unavoidable proximity. Today, the local marketplace is no longer merely a site for exchanging physical commodities or trading material goods. It has become an arena where competing metaphysical claims and deeply held convictions collide on a daily basis. In this highly interconnected, pluralistic landscape, the survival of human cohesion depends entirely upon our collective capacity to synthesize the ancient insights of revelation with the clarifying, self-correcting tools of critical reason. Historically, human societies have frequently treated reason and revelation as diametrically opposed and fundamentally incompatible forces. Revelation was understood as the vertical descent of divine truth, an unalterable sacred deposit of law, prophecy and doctrine delivered directly to chosen messengers, demanding absolute, uncritical obedience from the faithful. Reason, conversely, was viewed by institutional guardians with profound suspicion, cast as an unruly, human-centered force capable of destabilizing sacred order, introducing corrosive doubt, and fracturing the unity of the community. Yet, when we examine the actual survival and flourishing of civilizations across millennia, we find that the most resilient traditions have always maintained a subtle, dynamic equilibrium between these two human faculties. Revelation provides the foundational ethical vision, the transcendent orientation, and the emotional narrative that binds a community together in shared purpose and meaning. Reason provides the critical capacity to interpret those narratives, to adapt ancient legal frameworks to changing historical realities, and to recognize when a sacred text is being actively weaponized to serve base, tribal instincts. Navigating a modern, pluralistic landscape requires a conscious, systematic revival of this synthesis. In a world populated by multiple, competing claims to divine revelation, reason serves as the universal currency of public discourse. It allows individuals of entirely different faiths, as well as those who profess no religious faith at all, to sit at a common table and debate the structure of a just society using a shared vocabulary of fairness, evidence, and human flourishing. When reason is entirely divorced from the public sphere, dialogue collapses into a series of unyielding dogmatic assertions, where each group speaks past the other, claiming a private authority that the outsider cannot verify, experience, or accept. Conversely, when the public sphere is stripped entirely of the transcendent ethical insights historically carried by revelation, it risks flattening into a sterile technocratic utilitarianism that fails to satisfy the deeper human hunger for dignity, mercy, and cosmic purpose. The historical pendulum of faith and intellect. To understand the necessity of this modern synthesis, one must trace the historical pendulum that has swung between pure intellect and blind adherence. Across various global traditions, the golden ages of cultural and scientific expansion occurred not when revelation suppressed reason, but when the two were viewed as complementary paths to a singular truth. In the Islamic Golden Age, scholars and philosophers operationalized the concept of intellect as a divinely gifted tool, asserting that searching for natural laws through science and mathematics was an act of ultimate devotion to the Creator. They systematically translated classical Greek philosophy, integrated it with scriptural ethics, and advanced medicine and astronomy, demonstrating that rigorous intellectual inquiry could coexist with deep spiritual devotion. A similar equilibrium was sought in Western scholasticism, where theologians argued that because God created both human reason and divine revelation, the two faculties could never truly contradict one another. If a scriptural text appeared to contradict a demonstrated fact of the physical world, it was an indication that the human understanding of the text was flawed or overly literal, not that the physical world was an illusion. This rational methodology prevented theology from curdling into a static, anti-intellectual dogmatism and laid the groundwork for modern education and legal frameworks. However, whenever this delicate equilibrium fractured, civilizations paid a heavy price. When reason was entirely cast out in favor of an unyielding literalism, societies inevitably stagnated, retreating into an intellectual insularity that viewed scientific progress and social evolution as inherently sinful. Conversely, when the radical elements of European Enlightenment attempted to eradicate revelation entirely, replacing the sacred narrative with a cold, mechanistic view of human beings as mere biological utilities, it inadvertently created the ideological space for state-sponsored atrocities. The total removal of the sacred left human beings exposed to systems that calculated human worth purely by economic output or racial categorization. The historical pendulum warns us that neither blind faith nor cold, unguided intellect can safely govern the human experience alone. They require the mutual correction that only a deliberate synthesis can provide. The anatomy of reflective faith. The integration of reason into the life of faith enables the development of what might be termed a mature, reflective faith. A reflective faith does not require the believer to abandon their deep affection for their own tradition, nor does it ask them to reduce their sacred scriptures to mere literature or historical curiosity. Instead, it invites them to recognize a vital, liberating distinction. While divine truth itself may be absolute, human understanding and interpretation of that truth are always partial, culturally conditioned, and subject to error. The absolute is filtered through the finite apparatus of human language, historical context, and psychological limitation. This simple application of rational humility fundamentally alters the nature of interreligious encounters. When a person of faith accepts that their own understanding of the divine is not identical to the divine itself, the religious neighbor ceases to be an enemy to be conquered or an error to be corrected. Instead, the outsider is reclassified as a fellow traveler who possesses their own distinct window onto the vast, inexhaustible landscape of ultimate reality. By employing reason to distinguish between the timeless moral core of their faith, such as compassion, justice, and integrity, and the historical contingent vessel in which that faith was originally delivered, the modern citizen can navigate pluralism without falling into the trap of relativistic indifference on the one hand, or dogmatic fanaticism on the other. Furthermore, reason acts as an essential internal immune system for religion. Every spiritual tradition possesses texts and historical injunctions that were formulated to address specific, ancient socio-political crises, rules regarding warfare, dietary restrictions, civil penalties, and gender roles that reflected the Bronze or Iron Age societies from which they emerged. A faith devoid of reason treats these historically contingent rules as eternal commands, leading directly to the oppression of minorities, the subjugation of women, and the rejection of modern medical and social progress. Reason provides the interpretive tools necessary to extract the permanent ethical principles from the temporary cultural packaging, ensuring that the faith remains a source of moral elevation rather than historical imprisonment. Public reason and the common good. In the contemporary public square, the synthesis of reason and revelation becomes the primary engine for creating a stable, inclusive democracy. In a highly diverse society, laws cannot be legitimately enacted based solely on the private revelation of one specific group. To demand that a citizen of another faith obey a law simply because it is written in a scripture they do not revere is a profound violation of cognitive liberty and fairness. Therefore, the maintenance of civic peace requires that all arguments brought into the public sphere be translated into the language of public reason. Public reason demands that when a community wishes to advocate for a specific policy, law, or social standard, they must justify their position using arguments, evidence, and logic that are accessible to all citizens, regardless of their theological alignments. For example, if a religious group wishes to protect the environment, they can argue from revelation that the earth is a sacred trust requiring human stewardship. However, to win the support of a pluralistic public, they must translate that spiritual intuition into the accessible language of public reason, demonstrating the ecological impact of deforestation, the health consequences of pollution, and the economic necessity of sustainable practices for future generations. This process of translation does not dilute the potency of the religious conviction. Rather, it amplifies its social utility. It allows the universal virtues identified as humanity's highest common factor to influence public policy effectively. When faith traditions submit their moral insights to the rigorous testing of public reason, they help protect the state from the sterile vacuum of pure consumerism, while simultaneously protecting themselves from the corrupting influence of state-enforced dogma. The public square becomes a vibrant, deliberative marketplace, where the deep narrative wisdom of revelation and the fair, evidential standards of reason work together to construct a genuine common good. Beyond relativism and fanaticism, the modern individual searching for solid ground amid cultural diversity is frequently presented with a false binary choice. On one side stands dogmatic fanaticism, which demands total insularity, the absolute rejection of the modern world, and the aggressive suppression of any ideological deviation. On the other side stands a radical moral relativism, which asserts that because all cultures and religions have different views on truth, there is no objective framework for right and wrong, and that any attempt to declare a universal value is merely an act of cultural imperialism. Both options are deeply destructive to the human project. Fanaticism leads directly to the violence, persecution, and fragmentation detailed in the previous chapter. Radical relativism, however, leaves a society completely defenseless against tyranny and exploitation. If all moral frameworks are equally valid and entirely relative, then a society possesses no objective basis upon which to condemn systemic corruption, cruelty, or the abuse of power. Relativism hollows out the moral core of a culture, leaving behind a profound cynicism that ultimately paves the way for the return of tribalism. The synthesis of reason and revelation provides a stable middle path between these two extremes. It rejects fanaticism by asserting that human interpretations of divine truth must always submit to the testing of rational critique, historical context, and the universal demands of human dignity. Simultaneously, it rejects relativism by demonstrating that across all geographies and centuries, human reason and spiritual revelation have consistently converged upon the exact same foundational virtues. The requirement to treat others with fairness, to speak the truth, to protect the innocent, and to practice mercy is not an arbitrary cultural preference. It is a universal moral law verified by our shared history, our evolutionary psychology, and our collective spiritual heritage. By grounding our global civilized life in this shared middle path, we achieve an authentic, robust pluralism. This is a pluralism that does not require us to minimize our differences or pretend that all religions are saying the exact same thing about the cosmos. Instead, it empowers us to stand firmly within our unique traditions, celebrating their rich textures, distinct rituals, and particular narratives, while standing shoulder to shoulder with our neighbors on the universal ground of human ethics. We navigate the modern landscape not by abandoning our flags, but by recognizing that beneath the diverse banners under which we march, we are all ultimately sustained by the same deep, universal wellspring of human virtue. Reflection questions. 1. How can a modern society successfully encourage the use of public reason without making religious believers feel that their sacred revelations are being marginalized or disrespected? 2. In what ways does acknowledging the limitations of human interpretation help to neutralize the dangerous political weaponization of absolute religious claims? 3. If reason is used to critique and adapt ancient religious laws to modern standards of human rights, does the ultimate authority still reside in the revelation, or has it shifted entirely to human reason? 4. How can secular institutions engage authentically with the moral insights of faith traditions without inadvertently endorsing specific, exclusionary theological doctrines? 5. What does a genuinely mature, reflective faith look like in daily practice when confronted with a direct contradiction between an ancient scriptural command and a modern ethical consensus? Chapter 5. The Malaysian Mosaic, a case study in harmonizing diversity. The theoretical syntheses and historical movements examined in the preceding chapters find a remarkably vivid, living laboratory within the modern nation of Malaysia. To understand how a society actively navigates the delicate boundary between destructive tribalism and a shared, universal moral core, one must examine the intricate social architecture of the Malay Peninsula and Borneo. Malaysia does not exist as a monocultural enclave protected by geographical isolation or historical uniformity. Instead, it stands as a bustling, vibrant and complex crossroads of world civilizations, a geographic and cultural space where the demographic realities of Malay, Chinese, Indian and indigenous identities intersect on a continuous basis. Within this unique landscape, the global challenges of pluralism are not abstract philosophical questions to be debated in academic isolation. They are daily, pragmatic negotiations that shape the legislative framework, the marketplace dynamics, and the neighborhood interactions of millions of citizens. By exploring the Malaysian experience, we gain an invaluable case study into how the highest common factor of human virtue can be actively cultivated, and how the lowest common denominator of communal anxiety must be continuously managed. Historically, the region that comprises modern Malaysia has always served as a natural maritime bridge connecting the East and the West. For centuries, the Strait of Malacca operated as one of the world's most critical trading arteries, welcoming merchant vessels from the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, the Indian subcontinent, and the Chinese Empire. These historical travelers did not merely bring spices, textiles, and precious metals. They brought their deeply held metaphysical convictions, their sacred texts, and their distinct cultural values. Islam arrived along these maritime trade routes, organically taking root within the indigenous Malay kingdoms and eventually becoming the definitive framework for spiritual, legal, and cultural life in the region. Concurrently, waves of migration brought the rich ancient traditions of Hinduism and Buddhism from India, alongside the deeply rooted philosophies of Confucianism, Taoism, and Mahayana Buddhism from China. Later, European colonial expansions introduced various denominations of Christianity, adding another distinct thread to the emerging social fabric. When the nation achieved independence in the mid-20th century, it did not attempt to erase this multi-layered inheritance in favor of a forced, artificial assimilation. Instead, the founders of modern Malaysia embarked upon a bold and unprecedented political experiment: the creation of a constitutional framework that explicitly recognized Islam as the religion of the Federation, while simultaneously guaranteeing absolute freedom of worship and cultural expression for all other communities. This foundational decision created a unique socio-political space, a mosaic where each individual tile retains its distinctive color, shape, and texture, yet contributes directly to a singular, larger national image. However, maintaining the integrity of this mosaic requires a constant, deliberate effort to align the unique theological doctrines of each group with the universal moral values that allow them to live together in peace. Within the daily rhythms of Malaysian life, the universal virtues explored in Chapter 2 are not merely individual preferences, they are structural necessities. The marketplace, which brings together vendors and consumers from entirely different religious backgrounds, relies absolutely upon the shared prohibition against fraud and the universal virtue of honesty. The stability of residential neighborhoods, where a mosque, a Hindu temple, a Chinese Buddhist shrine, and a Christian church might exist within walking distance of one another, depends entirely upon a mutual commitment to neighborly respect, tolerance, and quiet restraint. This lived pluralism demonstrates that when a society is structurally diverse, the survival of the collective community depends upon its ability to continuously look past exclusive theological claims and anchor its public life in the shared ethical core that all its traditions possess. The constitutional framework and the golden mean. The political stability of Malaysia is structurally tethered to a delicate constitutional balance that mirrors the synthesis of reason and revelation discussed in Chapter 4. The Federal Constitution is a sophisticated legal document designed to manage competing anxieties and protect diverse freedoms. By establishing Islam as the religion of the Federation, the state honors the historical and cultural roots of the majority Malay population, ensuring that transcendent spiritual values continue to inform the moral direction of the nation. Yet, by guaranteeing that other religions may be practiced in peace and harmony in any part of the Federation, the Constitution erects a powerful legal bulwark against the dangers of dogmatic absolutism. This dual commitment creates a form of governance that strives for a golden mean, a political space that avoids both the sterile vacuum of aggressive secularism and the oppressive conformity of a monocultural state. To sustain this constitutional balance over many decades, Malaysian society has had to develop unique mechanisms of accommodation and dialogue. One of the most significant manifestations of this effort is the concept of a shared civilizational dialogue, an intellectual and social movement that encourages citizens to study the intersections between their respective faiths. Malaysian scholars and civil society leaders have long argued that the key to national unity lies not in pretending that all differences are trivial, but in actively demonstrating how different traditions arrive at the exact same ethical requirements. When a Muslim scholar quotes the prophetic traditions regarding the protection of neighbors, a Chinese community leader references the Confucian emphasis on filial piety and social harmony, and an Indian professional highlights the Hindu concept of non-injury, they are not engaging in superficial diplomacy. They are demonstrating to the public that their distinct spiritual paths converge upon a singular universal standard of human decency. This constitutional and intellectual framework, however, is continuously tested by the natural friction that occurs within a pluralistic society. Because Malaysia possesses a dual legal system where civil courts operate alongside Sharia courts for Muslim family matters, jurisdictional overlaps occasionally arise, triggering intense national debates over religious liberty, identity, and state authority. These moments of legal and social tension reveal exactly how dangerous the slide toward fragmentation can be when political actors attempt to exploit theological differences for partisan gain. When these disputes occur, the survival of civic peace depends entirely upon the willingness of all parties to step away from dogmatic polarization and return to the language of public reason and universal fairness. The Malaysian experience shows that the Constitution cannot remain a living document through legal enforcement alone. It must be continuously animated by a cultural commitment to the highest common factor of mutual respect and rational humility. The perils of communalism and the lowest common denominator. Despite its remarkable record of stability, the Malaysian story contains sobering warnings regarding the ease with which universal moral codes can be overridden by tribal anxieties. The nation's history is punctuated by moments of communal tension, most notably the tragic events of May 1969, which demonstrated the devastating consequences of unchecked ethnic and economic polarization. When socio-economic disparities align perfectly with ethnic and religious divisions, the social fabric becomes highly volatile. In such conditions, the universal virtues of compassion and fairness are easily hijacked by the survival mechanics of the tribal matrix, transforming neighbors into economic rivals and existential threats. In the contemporary landscape, this vulnerability is frequently exploited through the phenomenon of communal politics. Political demagogues, operating from the lowest common denominator of human nature, understand that the most efficient way to mobilize a voter base is to trigger existential fear and group pride. By framing public policy debates, whether concerning education, economic distribution, or linguistic identity, as zero-sum games where the advancement of one group implies the destruction of another, they systematically erode national cohesion. In these toxic narratives, the inclusive, universal ethics taught by the great religions are pushed aside, replaced by an aggressive, exclusionary rhetoric that prioritizes the in-group at the absolute expense of the out-group. This weaponization of identity is further amplified by the modern digital landscape. Social media algorithms, designed to maximize engagement by promoting emotionally charged content, become powerful accelerators of fragmentation. A minor, localized dispute between individuals of different backgrounds can be instantly reframed as a massive existential insult to an entire faith, spreading across the nation within minutes and triggering widespread anger. This digital tribalism relies heavily on the rhetoric of contamination and cosmic dualism described in Chapter 3, transforming complex social interactions into simplistic battles between the defenders of truth and the agents of subversion. The Malaysian case study illustrates that even in a highly educated and modern society, the primitive software of the tribal matrix remains constantly active beneath the surface, requiring vigilant intellectual resistance and strong ethical leadership to prevent it from fracturing the state. Everyday pluralism and the power of shared rhythms. While institutional politics and digital spaces frequently emphasize division, the daily, lived reality of the average Malaysian provides a powerful antidote to fragmentation. This grassroots harmony is maintained not through formal theological declarations, but through the organic creation of shared cultural rhythms and spaces. In the residential estates, the traditional villages, and the urban high-rises, Malaysians of all backgrounds have developed an informal, highly sophisticated code of everyday pluralism that allows them to navigate profound difference with grace and ease. A quintessential manifestation of this everyday pluralism is the uniquely Malaysian tradition of the open house. During major religious celebrations, such as Hari Raya Aidilfitri, Chinese New Year, Deepavali and Christmas, it is customary for families to open their homes to friends, neighbors and colleagues from all ethnic and religious backgrounds. A Muslim family hosting an open house will ensure that the food prepared adheres strictly to halal requirements, while their non-Muslim guests attend with a deep respect for the customs of the home. Conversely, during Chinese New Year or Deepavali, non-Muslim hosts will go to great lengths to provide catering that honors the dietary requirements of their Muslim friends. This simple, ubiquitous ritual represents an advanced application of the moral imagination. It is a practical exercise in hospitality, mutual care and cultural sensitivity that transforms the religious alternative from an abstract stranger into an honored guest at the dinner table. This grassroots cohesion is further reinforced by the shared spaces of daily life. The traditional Kopitiam, the modern mamak stall, and the local night market operate as neutral, inclusive arenas where people gather to eat, converse, and build relationships without the pressure of theological alignment. In these everyday spaces, citizens develop a localized linguistic confluence, blending Malay, English, Chinese dialects and Tamil into a distinct national idiom that allows them to communicate across cultural barriers with humor and affection. These shared rhythms create an invisible but resilient net of social capital. When institutional politics becomes polarized, this grassroots network of mutual understanding acts as a buffer, preventing top-down political tension from translating into bottom-up social conflict. The Malaysian experience proves that the highest common factor of human morality is most securely anchored when it is woven into the ordinary, unpretentious habits of daily life. The path of active resilience, lessons for a pluralistic world. As the global community faces an unprecedented rise in ideological fragmentation and cultural isolationism, the lessons emerging from the Malaysian mosaic assume a profound, international significance. Malaysia's journey demonstrates that achieving national harmony within a highly diverse society is not a static destination reached through a single historical contract. It is a dynamic, continuous process that requires active, ongoing management. It proves that diversity itself is neither an inherent weakness nor an automatic strength. Its outcome depends entirely upon whether a society chooses to elevate its highest common factor or surrender to its lowest common denominator. To build an active resilience against the forces of division, Malaysia, and indeed any pluralistic nation, must commit to three crucial imperatives. The protection of public reason. Societies must ensure that their public institutions, legal structures and political debates are governed by accessible, rational arguments that respect the dignity of all citizens, rather than the exclusive dogmatic assertions of a single group. The cultivation of civilizational humility. Educational institutions and cultural leaders must move beyond superficial multiculturalism and actively teach the shared ethical principles that unite different traditions, fostering a reflective faith that combines deep personal devotion with genuine intellectual humility. The defiance of digital demagoguery. Citizens must develop a high degree of media literacy, consciously recognizing and rejecting the inflammatory tribal rhetoric that seeks to weaponize identity for economic or political profit. Ultimately, the Malaysian mosaic offers a powerful testament to the viability of human coexistence. It stands as a living proof that men and women can maintain an absolute loyalty to their specific spiritual traditions while standing shoulder to shoulder as equal participants in a shared civilizational project. By continuously refining the synthesis between the transcendent insights of revelation and the fair, inclusive standards of reason, this diverse nation lights a path forward for a multilateral world. The task for every citizen, both within Malaysia and across the globe, is to become an active guardian of this shared moral core, ensuring that our rich cultural differences remain a source of collective beauty and strength, rather than instruments of fragmentation, conflict, and ruin. Reflection questions. 1. How can the traditional Malaysian practice of the open house be adapted by other multicultural societies to break down barriers of segregation and build trust? 2. In what ways does the coexistence of civil and Sharia court systems in Malaysia challenge or enhance the practice of public reason within the nation's governance? 3. What strategies can ordinary citizens deploy to protect their local communities from being polarized by top-down political demagoguery and digital tribalism? 4. How does the concept of civilizational humility alter the way history and religion are taught to young people within a highly diverse educational environment? 5. Why are informal everyday spaces like markets and coffee shops often more effective at fostering genuine national unity than formal interfaith initiatives? Chapter 6. The Global Imperative, Scaling the Moral Circle for a Sustainable Future. The lessons harvested from the local, everyday interactions of the Malaysian mosaic must not be viewed as isolated phenomena, but as an urgent macrocosmic imperative for the entire global community. As humanity progresses deeper into the 21st century, the geographical and cultural buffers that once insulated nation-states from one another have largely evaporated. We no longer inhabit a fragmented world of distant, self-contained civilizations that can afford to ignore the internal ethical paradigms of their neighbors. The hyperconnectivity of modern economics, the planetary scope of ecological degradation, and the instantaneous nature of digital communication have bound the destinies of diverse populations together in an unprecedented, inescapable embrace. If we are to survive this collective inheritance without collapsing into planetary fragmentation, we must learn how to systematically scale our moral circle, transitioning from the localized ethics of the tribe to a universal framework capable of sustaining a highly interconnected multilateral world. Historically, the concept of the moral circle, the boundary within which we extend empathy, justice, and protection, was strictly determined by immediate proximity and tribal survival. In the early stages of human development, an individual's moral obligation ended at the edge of the village or the border of the kingdom. Anyone residing outside that boundary was classified as a foreigner, an outsider, or a potential threat, to whom the rules of internal compassion did not apply. Over centuries, through the quiet work of philosophical inquiry, global commerce, and spiritual revelation, this circle gradually expanded to encompass the city-state, the empire, and eventually the modern nation-state. Yet, despite this historical progress, our evolutionary software remains stubbornly provincial. While we have successfully constructed global systems of trade, technology, and finance, our ethical evolution has lagged behind our material capability. We possess 21st century technology, but we continue to navigate it using the primitive tribal impulses of the lowest common denominator. Scaling the moral circle for a sustainable future requires us to actively operationalize humanity's highest common factor on a planetary scale. It demands that we construct a global public square that mirrors the synthesis of reason and revelation, creating international institutions and ethical frameworks that can command the respect of diverse cultures. This global expansion does not imply the creation of a tyrannical, uniform world government that seeks to flatten cultural diversity or erase distinct traditions. Rather, it requires the cultivation of a universal consciousness that recognizes our shared vulnerabilities and collective responsibilities. Whether addressing the systemic challenges of planetary climate change, managing the profound ethical risks of artificial intelligence, or preventing the catastrophic outbreak of nuclear conflict, the primary problems facing the modern world cannot be solved by any single nation or ideology in isolation. They require a coordinated global response anchored firmly in our shared commitment to the permanent virtues of humanity. The planetary commons and collective responsibility, the most urgent arena requiring the immediate expansion of our moral circle, is the management of the planetary commons. The natural systems that sustain life on Earth, the atmosphere, the oceans, the biodiversity of our ecosystems, and the stability of our climate do not recognize human borders, legislative jurisdictions, or theological boundaries. When a corporation pollutes an ocean or a nation-state permits unchecked deforestation, the ecological consequences are distributed globally, impacting vulnerable populations thousands of miles away who had no voice in the decision. This environmental interdependence transforms ecological stewardship from a localized preference into a universal moral obligation, challenging us to recognize that our daily actions have immediate, ethical consequences for the entire human family. Every major spiritual and philosophical tradition possesses deep, narrative reservoirs that command human beings to act as responsible custodians of the natural world. In the Abrahamic traditions, humanity is assigned the sacred duty of stewardship, framed as caretakers of a creation that belongs ultimately to the divine. In the Eastern philosophies of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, the natural world is viewed as a profoundly interconnected web of life, where the principle of non-injury must be extended to all living entities. Indigenous traditions across the Americas, Africa, and the Pacific have long taught that the earth is not a commodity to be exploited, but a sacred trust to be preserved for future generations. When we apply critical reason to these diverse traditions, we find that their ecological insights converge upon the exact same highest common factor: a rejection of reckless greed, a demand for intergenerational justice, and a profound reverence for the systems that sustain life. To translate this shared ecological core into effective global policy, the international community must move past the short-term calculations of national interest and adopt a language of global public reason. We must develop international legal frameworks that treat ecocide and the destruction of the planetary commons as direct violations of universal human rights. This requires a profound shift in our economic models, transitioning from a relentless, extractive paradigm that measures progress solely by gross domestic product to a holistic model that prioritizes sustainability, ecological health, and human well-being. By grounding our environmental policies in this shared civilizational wisdom, we can transform the climate crisis from a source of geopolitical conflict into a historical catalyst for global unity, demonstrating that our shared material survival is completely dependent upon our shared moral elevation. The ethical frontier of advanced technology. As humanity grapples with the physical challenges of ecological survival, it simultaneously confronts an unprecedented existential frontier in the form of rapidly accelerating technology. The rise of advanced artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, and quantum computing has granted our species an extraordinary godlike power to manipulate reality, rewrite genetic codes, and automate complex cognitive processes. Yet, this immense technological capability is expanding within an ethical vacuum, largely driven by unregulated commercial competition and nationalistic rivalries. Without a robust universal ethical framework to govern these instruments, we risk creating systems that amplify surveillance, automate discrimination, and erode the very foundations of human agency and truth. The governance of advanced technology cannot be left solely to the discretion of technocrats, algorithms, or market forces. Because these technologies impact the entirety of the human experience, their development must be guided by the universal moral values that comprise our highest common factor. Reason dictates that any system designed by human beings must remain subservient to human dignity, fairness, and accountability. It requires that we establish strict, enforceable international standards to prevent the weaponization of artificial intelligence, the creation of autonomous lethal weapons, and the unethical manipulation of the human genome. This technological immune system must be constructed through an active dialogue between scientists, ethicists, and representatives of diverse cultural and spiritual traditions, ensuring that our machines are aligned with our deepest cross-cultural virtues. Furthermore, we must confront the ways in which modern digital communication platforms are actively weaponized to accelerate the fragmentation of the global community. The business models of contemporary social media networks are deliberately engineered to profit from the activation of the tribal matrix, using algorithms that systematically amplify outrage, fear, and division to maximize user engagement. This digital environment has turned the global village into an arena of constant tribal conflict, eroding the shared reality required for democratic deliberation and international cooperation. To counter this digital decay, we must employ both regulatory reason and ethical consciousness, redesigning our digital architecture to prioritize truth, empathy, and constructive dialogue over polarization and profit. The technological frontier reminds us that as our external tools become increasingly sophisticated, our internal commitment to our universal moral core must become correspondingly resolute. Overcoming the false prophets of populism. The path toward a scaled moral circle is fiercely contested by the modern resurgence of authoritarian populism and narrow ethno-nationalism. Across the globe, political demagogues are capitalizing on the anxieties of economic instability, rapid cultural change, and global migration to preach a regressive doctrine of isolationism and exclusion. These movements operate by systematically shrinking the moral circle, instructing their followers to withdraw their empathy from the global community and focus exclusively on the protection of the narrow in-group. They exploit the psychological craving for absolute certainty, presenting simplistic, tribal narratives that reframe the complex challenges of globalization as malicious plots engineered by foreign forces or internal minorities. This modern populism represents a textbook activation of the lowest common denominator of human nature. By weaponizing historical grievances, cultivating xenophobia, and utilizing the rhetoric of contamination, these leaders successfully override the universal moral injunctions of their own stated traditions. They frequently adopt the symbols and language of religion not to elevate human conduct, but to sacralize their tribal prejudices and justify the exclusion of the outsider. To resist this slide into global fragmentation, citizens must cultivate a profound sense of media literacy and civilizational humility. We must learn to recognize when our sacred identities are being cynically manipulated to serve material or political agendas. and we must have the courage to demand that our leaders speak to our highest aspirations rather than our lowest fears. The antidote to populist insularity is not a radical globalism that ignores the legitimate human need for local belonging, national identity, and cultural heritage. Rather, it is the cultivation of a dual citizenship of the mind, a perspective that allows an individual to remain deeply, passionately loyal to their home country and local community, while simultaneously recognizing their ultimate responsibility to the wider human family. We must learn to view our national and cultural identities not as walls designed to exclude the world, but as unique, particular gifts intended to enrich the global tapestry. By anchoring our geopolitical structures in the shared ethical core that underpins all civilizations, we can build an authentic, robust multilateralism that respects national sovereignty while demanding absolute accountability to the universal standards of human rights, justice, and peace. The horizon of shared hope. Ultimately, the global expansion of the moral circle is not an idealistic luxury or an abstract philosophical exercise. It is the absolute baseline condition for the continued survival of human civilization. We can no longer afford the historical pattern of treating the outsider with suspicion or viewing international relations as a ruthless, zero-sum game of survival. The scale of our problems has permanently outgrown the size of our tribes. The horizon before us presents a definitive, unavoidable choice. We will either learn to stand together on the universal ground of our highest common factor, or we will perish together within the fragmented ruins of our lowest common denominator. Building this sustainable future requires an active, everyday commitment from every segment of global society. It requires educators to teach the profound ethical convergences that unite our species. It demands that corporate and political leaders subordinate short-term profit and power to the long-term health of the planetary commons, and it invites every individual to consciously expand their circle of empathy to encompass the stranger, the foreigner, and the unborn generations who will inherit the consequences of our choices. When we possess the courage to lift our gaze above the historical cleavages of theology and ideology, we discover that we are not stranded in a hostile universe of irreconcilable differences. We are, in reality, a singular human family, marching under different banners but sustained by the exact same deep, universal wellspring of human virtue. By reclaiming this shared moral core and weaving it into the institutional architecture of our global society, we can step forward into the modern landscape with confidence, ensuring that our rich, magnificent diversity remains the definitive source of our collective beauty, resilience, and joy. Reflection questions. 1. How can international organizations effectively appeal to humanity's highest common factor when mediating disputes between nations that hold fundamentally different ideological or religious worldviews? 2. In what ways does the concept of the planetary commons challenge the traditional Westphalian notion of absolute national sovereignty? 3. What specific educational strategies can be implemented globally to help young people develop a dual identity as both loyal citizens of their nation and responsible members of the human family? 4. How can we redesign the algorithms of our digital public square to incentivize empathy, truth, and universal ethics rather than outrage and tribal fragmentation? 5. If the ethical insights of ancient religions converge on environmental stewardship, why has the modern global response to climate change remained so fractured and ineffective? Chapter 7. The Architecture of Reconciliation, Practical Frameworks for Transcending Tribalism. If the scaling of the moral circle represents the grand ethical horizon toward which global civilization must journey, the profound challenge that remains is one of engineering. High ideals, universal principles, and structural critiques are vital, yet they remain tragically inert unless they can be translated into concrete, practical mechanisms that human beings can deploy within the messy, compromised realities of their daily lives. The history of human conflict is a graveyard of beautifully drafted peace treaties and noble declarations that collapsed precisely because their authors failed to provide a realistic, psychological, and institutional infrastructure capable of absorbing the shock of human panic, dogmatic pride, and historical trauma. To move beyond the deep-seated fragmentation diagnosed in the third chapter, and to securely anchor the global and local mosaics explored thereafter, we must deliberately design and execute an active architecture of reconciliation. This architecture must not be built upon the fragile foundation of sentimental optimism, but upon a granular, hard-headed understanding of human cognitive biases, sociological dynamics, and the institutional levers required to systematically dismantle the tribal matrix. The task of transcending tribalism requires us to move past the superficial assumption that reconciliation is merely the cessation of active hostility. A cessation of violence is merely negative peace, a fragile, volatile state where the weapons are silent but the underlying grievances, fears, and dogmatic structures remain entirely intact, waiting for the next political demagogue or digital crisis to ignite them once again. Genuine reconciliation, or positive peace, demands a profound structural transformation of how communities relate to one another. It requires the creation of spaces, habits, and legal frameworks that actively decouple the human need for group identity from the destructive impulse of outgroup animosity. It is an iterative, often painful process of cognitive rewiring, linguistic modification, and structural reform that must be pursued with the same rigor, dedication, and long-term funding that nations traditionally devote to military defense and economic infrastructure. By examining the granular frameworks required to achieve this transformation, we can provide individuals, communities, and policymakers with the practical tools needed to reclaim humanity's highest common factor and construct an enduring, harmonious future. The cognitive de-escalation paradigm. The primary battleground in the architecture of reconciliation does not reside in the halls of parliament or the chambers of international courts, but within the intricate neurological and psychological pathways of the individual human mind. As established previously, our evolutionary heritage has left us equipped with a highly sensitive tribal matrix that automatically categorizes the world into a sacred in-group and a profane out-group. When a community experiences systemic stress, economic anxiety, or cultural displacement, this matrix goes into a state of hyper-arousal, causing individuals to perceive the cultural or religious alternative not merely as a neighbor with different ideas, but as an existential threat to their survival. To dismantle this internal software, we must implement a granular framework of cognitive de-escalation that allows individuals to consciously interrupt their automatic tribal reflexes and choose the path of rational humility. The first step in this cognitive framework is the systematic cultivation of emotional decoupling. When an individual encounters a narrative, a digital post, or a political speech that insults their specific faith or group identity, their immediate instinctive reaction is one of profound outrage, defensive pride, and tribal retaliation. This reaction is driven by the amygdala, the primitive region of the brain responsible for the fight-or-flight response. Emotional decoupling requires individuals to develop the psychological capacity to create a deliberate pause between the external stimulus and their internal reaction. In this brief, disciplined pause, the individual can consciously shift the cognitive burden from the primitive amygdala to the prefrontal cortex, the seat of critical reason, empathy, and long-term planning. They can ask themselves a series of analytical questions regarding who profits from their outrage, whether the event is an accurate representation of an entire community or an isolated incident weaponized by extremists, and whether a retaliatory response elevates the highest common factor of their faith or simply surrenders to the lowest common denominator of their biology. By turning this reflective pause into a deeply ingrained habit, citizens can insulate themselves against digital demagoguery and break the vicious cycle of reciprocal polarization. The second core component of cognitive de-escalation is the deliberate practice of cognitive role reversal, a highly sophisticated application of the moral imagination. In this practice, individuals are challenged to systematically reconstruct a complex social or political conflict from the perspective of the outgroup, using the outgroup's own vocabulary, historical anxieties, and ethical concerns. This is not a superficial exercise in agreeing with the opponent. Rather, it is a rigorous intellectual discipline designed to shatter the illusion of cosmic dualism. When a dominant majority community forces itself to articulate the deep-seated fears of an endangered minority, using terms that accurately capture the minority's sense of vulnerability, exclusion, and institutional bias, the binary narrative of absolute good versus absolute evil begins to collapse. Conversely, when the minority community actively maps the historical anxieties and cultural preservation instincts of the majority, the space for pragmatic compromise expands exponentially. Cognitive role reversal transforms the religious or cultural alternative from a caricature of malice into a complex human entity, paving the way for a public discourse anchored in mutual recognition and shared public reason. Linguistic hygiene and the redirection of discourse. Because the slide from theological disagreement to systemic persecution is invariably paved with words, the architecture of reconciliation must place a profound emphasis on the framework of linguistic hygiene. As detailed in the third chapter, ideological fragmentation relies heavily on specific linguistic mechanisms, such as the rhetoric of contamination and the devaluation of alien life, to erode human empathy and prepare the social body for violence. Therefore, any serious effort to rebuild social cohesion must involve a conscious, systematic cleansing of our public and private vocabulary, replacing the weaponized language of exclusion with a precise, humanizing idiom that respects the universal dignity of all human beings. Linguistic hygiene demands, first and foremost, the absolute elimination of essentialist generalizations from our political and religious discourse. Essentialism is the cognitive error of attributing the negative actions, extreme beliefs, or structural flaws of a few individuals to an entire demographic group. When we use phrases that suggest an entire religion is inherently violent, or that a specific ethnic community is naturally untrustworthy, we are engaging in an act of linguistic violence that actively feeds the tribal matrix. A robust framework of linguistic hygiene requires citizens, journalists, and religious leaders to practice strict semantic precision. If an extremist group commits an act of terror in the name of a religion, the discourse must explicitly isolate that group as a radical, historically contingent mutation, rather than framing their actions as the logical culmination of the faith's sacred scriptures. By continuously separating the erratic behavior of the fringe from the universal moral core of the collective tradition, we protect the shared ground necessary for civic trust. Furthermore, linguistic hygiene requires a profound shift in how communities handle their own internal theological disagreements. This encompasses both semantic precision, which isolates extremist actions from the universal moral core of a faith, and contextual reclamation, which extracts permanent ethical principles from ancient, temporary packaging. Religious leaders must be encouraged to develop a vocabulary of hospitality when discussing alternative faiths or internal schisms. Instead of utilizing terms that evoke disgust, pollution, or cosmic rebellion, such as heretic, infidel, or spiritually dead, theology must find ways to articulate difference through the lens of civilizational humility. A tradition can maintain its deep commitment to its specific revelations, while linguistically framing other faiths as valid, historically distinct pathways toward the same universal virtues. This shift in vocabulary does not require the erasure of doctrinal distinctions. Rather, it ensures that those distinctions are discussed with the dignity and respect appropriate for a shared public square. When the language of contamination is thoroughly banished from the pulpit, the classroom, and the digital platform, the psychological foundation for tribal panic is effectively neutralized, allowing the highest common factor of human ethics to shine through clearly. Institutional design and structural counterweights. While cognitive changes and linguistic disciplines are essential, they will ultimately wither unless they are supported by robust, well-designed institutional structures. Human beings are profoundly shaped by the incentives, penalties, and operational dynamics of the systems within which they live. If a nation's electoral system, economic policies, and media architecture are structured in a way that rewards tribal mobilization and penalizes moderate cooperation, then fragmentation will inevitably triumph over harmony. The architecture of reconciliation must therefore engage in granular institutional engineering, constructing structural counterweights that systematically disincentivize communal extremism and reward cross-cultural collaboration. A primary arena for this institutional design is the electoral architecture of pluralistic societies. In many diverse nations, electoral boundaries and voting systems are structured in a way that creates homogeneous constituencies, districts where a single ethnic or religious group forms an overwhelming majority. In such systems, which reward tribal outbidding and foster communal polarization, a political candidate has absolutely no incentive to appeal to the interests or values of other communities. Their easiest path to power is to outbid their internal rivals in dogmatic extremism, activating the lowest common denominator of fear and group pride to consolidate their base. To counter this destructive dynamic, pluralistic nations must deliberately design cross-cutting electoral frameworks, such as alternative vote systems or multi-member districts that require candidates to secure second and third preference votes from communities outside their own demographic core. By demanding multi-group support, these frameworks generate inclusive public reason. When a politician's electoral survival depends upon their capacity to win the support of diverse voters, their public rhetoric naturally transitions from exclusionary tribalism to the inclusive language of public reason and universal fairness. Institutional design transforms moderation from a political liability into a strategic necessity. Beyond the political sphere, institutional engineering must be applied directly to the regulation of the digital public square. As observed in the 6th chapter, the contemporary information ecosystem is dominated by corporate business models that monetize tribal outrage through algorithmic amplification. A granular framework for structural reconciliation requires a profound legislative overhaul of these digital platforms. Governments must enact strict regulatory standards that force technology companies to dismantle the algorithms that capitalize on polarization. This includes legally mandating algorithmic transparency, requiring platforms to actively deprioritize content that triggers group-based animosity, and incentivizing the development of digital spaces designed for constructive, deliberative dialogue. Furthermore, public institutions must invest heavily in the creation of independent, non-profit digital media networks that operate outside the commercial imperative for engagement, providing a shared, evidential reality where citizens can debate public policy using a common vocabulary of facts, logic, and human flourishing. By restructuring the incentives of our communication networks, we can transform the digital village from an engine of fragmentation into a powerful global amplifier of our shared moral core. Grassroots interventions and the cultivation of contact. The institutional and political counterweights described above must be continuously nourished by a vibrant, bottom-up network of grassroots interventions. A society cannot achieve genuine long-term reconciliation if its diverse communities live in conditions of total structural segregation, attending separate schools, residing in isolated enclaves, and operating within distinct social circles. Segregation breeds ignorance, and ignorance is the ultimate breeding ground for the historical myths, existential anxieties, and stereotypes that activate the tribal matrix. The practical architecture of reconciliation must therefore design and execute localized, micro-level frameworks that facilitate deep, sustained, and meaningful contact between individuals of entirely different backgrounds. This grassroots intervention is theoretically anchored in the contact hypothesis, a well-established sociological principle which asserts that under specific, carefully structured conditions, interpersonal contact between members of different groups can dramatically reduce prejudice and build enduring social trust. To operationalize this hypothesis in a modern pluralistic landscape, communities must establish dedicated networks of structured grassroots interventions. These frameworks succeed when participants hold equal status within the space, share common goals where communities unite to achieve a shared purpose, and engage in active cooperation that requires collaborative effort rather than competition. To make this contact effective, localized reconciliation centers must be created as physical and social spaces explicitly designed to facilitate cooperative action. These centers can organize cross-communal civic initiatives, such as environmental restoration projects, neighborhood safety networks, or disaster relief teams that bring together youth and adults from diverse religious and ethnic backgrounds to achieve a tangible, common good. When a Muslim, a Christian, a Hindu, and a secular citizen labor shoulder to shoulder to clear debris after a flood or to build a community playground, the superficial boundaries of theology are pushed into the background. They are forced by the reality of the task to view one another not as representatives of an alien doctrine, but as essential partners in a shared human endeavor. The cooperative effort builds an invisible network of deep, personal relationships, a resilient form of social capital that protects the community from being polarized during times of top-down political crisis. Grassroots interventions prove that the highest common factor of human morality is not a set of abstract propositions to be memorized. It is a lived muscle memory that can only be developed through the shared experience of cooperative labor and mutual care. The restorative justice framework, healing historical trauma. No architecture of reconciliation can be considered complete or sustainable if it fails to address the deep, festering wounds of historical trauma. As explored in the analysis of the lowest common denominator, modern communal conflicts are rarely spontaneous occurrences. They are almost always fueled by the systematic weaponization of historical grievances, memories of past massacres, expulsions, land thefts, or systemic humiliations that have been passed down through generations within the collective memory of a tribe. When a community carries unaddressed historical trauma, its psychological baseline is defined by a profound sense of victimization, hypervigilance, and defensive pride. In this volatile state, any contemporary political dispute or cultural friction is instantly interpreted as a repeat of the historical injury, triggering a preemptive, often violent tribal response. To break this historical cycle, societies must implement a comprehensive framework of restorative justice that actively heals collective memory and transforms historical trauma into a source of shared wisdom. The framework of restorative justice stands in stark contrast to the traditional adversarial model of retributive justice, which focuses narrowly on identifying violations of law, assigning individual guilt, and administering punitive state sanctions. While retributive justice remains an essential tool for maintaining the basic rule of law, it is fundamentally incapable of healing the deep psychological fractures that separate polarized communities. Retributive trials often degenerate into a zero-sum legal arena, where each group seeks to vindicate its own historical narrative and weaponize the court to humiliate the other, thereby reinforcing the tribal matrix. Restorative justice, conversely, prioritizes the restoration of damaged relationships, the validation of human suffering, and the collective search for structural repair. It brings victims, offenders, and the wider community together in a highly structured, non-adversarial space to hear one another's stories, acknowledge the full human cost of past atrocities, and co-create practical pathways for future restitution and coexistence. The most famous global execution of this framework is the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which sought to navigate the catastrophic fallout of the apartheid era without collapsing into racial civil war. By offering amnesty in exchange for full, transparent truth-telling, the Commission created a public arena where the horrific realities of systemic oppression could be uncovered, documented, and officially acknowledged by the state. Crucially, the process allowed victims to speak their truth and receive public validation for their suffering, an essential psychological requirement for the resolution of trauma. While the Commission was far from perfect, its operational methodology demonstrated that the public exposure of truth, combined with an explicit commitment to structural repair, can dissolve the toxic buildup of historical grievance and prevent the catastrophic activation of the lowest common denominator. Implementing a restorative justice framework within a modern pluralistic society requires a granular, multi-layered approach to collective memory. The joint historical narrative. Societies must commission independent, multi-communal panels of historians, ethicists, and civic leaders to draft shared historical textbooks that include the perspectives, suffering, and contributions of all groups. This eliminates the dangerous phenomenon of parallel histories, where children from different communities are taught entirely contradictory versions of the nation's past. The desacralization of grievance. Cultural and religious leaders must actively resist the temptation to frame historical injuries as sacred, eternal testaments to the essential malice of the outgroup. Instead, past atrocities must be taught as universal warnings regarding what happens when any human community surrenders to the tribal matrix and ignores its highest common factor. Structural restitution. Acknowledging past injustice must be paired with tangible economic and social policies designed to repair the systemic disparities left behind by historical exploitation. Truth-telling without structural repair is eventually perceived by the marginalized as an empty public performance, breeding a profound cynicism that actively delays true reconciliation. By systematically applying these restorative principles to the collective memory of a culture, we can effectively disarm the psychological minds of the past. We transform history from a dark, heavy anchor that drags a society back into fragmentation into a clear, illuminating mirror that guides us toward our universal moral obligations. Reclaiming the path forward. The architecture of reconciliation detailed throughout this chapter provides humanity with a realistic, highly granular toolkit for transcending the path of tribalism. It demonstrates that the deep ideological fragmentations that scar our modern landscape are not unalterable decrees of destiny, but predictable pathologies of our biology and our poorly engineered institutions. We possess the cognitive strategies to de-escalate our tribal reflexes, the linguistic disciplines to cleanse our public square, the institutional blueprints to rewrite our political incentives, the grassroots frameworks to build deep social capital, and the restorative models to heal the wounds of historical trauma. The execution of these frameworks requires a profound act of collective will and a relentless commitment from every citizen. It demands that we step away from the seductive comfort of absolute dogmatic certainty and embrace the challenging, rewarding path of rational humility. As we stand at this critical historical crossroads, let us cast aside the false binary choices of fanaticism and relativism, and actively build a global civilization anchored firmly in our shared moral core. By dedicating our resources, our intellects, and our hearts to the practical architecture of reconciliation, we ensure that our diverse human family can navigate the modern pluralistic landscape in profound peace, enduring harmony, and shared joy. Reflection questions. 1. What specific psychological barriers prevent individuals from engaging in cognitive role reversal during an active social or political dispute, and how can these barriers be systematically overcome? 2. In what ways can a pluralistic nation design its public education curriculum to teach strict semantic precision and eliminate essentialist generalizations from the vocabulary of the next generation? 3. How can the regulatory frameworks governing digital social media platforms be restructured to protect free speech while completely disincentivizing the commercial monetization of tribal outrage? 4. What role should corporate businesses and economic institutions play in funding and supporting structured grassroots interventions based on the contact hypothesis? 5. How can a society balance the legal requirement for retributive justice against individual criminals with the broader, collective necessity for restorative justice and structural reconciliation after a period of intense civil conflict? Chapter 8. The Educational Paradigm: Cultivating the Moral Imagination and Intellectual Humility. If the architectural interventions, institutional designs, and structural counterweights examined in the preceding chapter are to remain resilient across generational lines, they must be continuously animated by a profound transformation in how we educate the human mind. Institutions, legal frameworks, and political incentives are merely the external anatomy of a civilization. Education is its internal spark, the vehicle through which a society transmits its deepest values, its collective memory, and its vision of human flourishing to the future. If our schools, universities, and cultural institutions continue to operate as factories of narrow technical specialization, or worse, as echo chambers that reinforce dogmatic insularity, then even the most sophisticated constitutional design will eventually succumb to the slow decay of tribal polarization. To firmly anchor humanity's highest common factor within the global consciousness, we must deliberately construct an educational paradigm dedicated to cultivating the moral imagination and intellectual humility. This approach must move beyond the passive transmission of data and the superficial metrics of economic utility, focusing instead on the development of critical reason, civilizational empathy, and the capacity to navigate deep ideological difference with wisdom and grace. The modern educational landscape is currently facing a profound crisis of purpose, largely driven by the demands of a hyper-commercialized global economy. Across many nations, learning has been systematically reduced to the acquisition of marketable skills, technological competencies, and bureaucratic proficiencies designed to serve the immediate needs of the marketplace. While these technical capabilities are undeniably essential for material progress, their overemphasis has resulted in a dangerous starvation of the humanities, philosophy, and comparative ethics, the very disciplines that teach human beings how to reflect upon their shared moral obligations. When an educational system prioritizes the mechanics of production while ignoring the cultivation of the ethical character, it produces a generation of highly efficient technocrats who are profoundly vulnerable to the emotional manipulation of the tribal matrix. They possess the cognitive tools to construct advanced algorithms, engineer synthetic organisms, and manipulate global markets, yet they lack the moral maturity to question their own cultural prejudices or resist the seductive allure of absolute dogmatic certainty. To rectify this imbalance, we must reclaim education as a sacred, transformative process, designing curricula that systematically elevate our universal ethical core while equipping students with the intellectual resilience required to survive a fractured world. The pedagogy of critical reason and epistemic humility. The foundational pillar of this new educational paradigm is the systematic integration of critical reason with epistemic humility. As analyzed in the opening chapters of this work, the slide toward tribalism is invariably accelerated by a cognitive bias known as naive realism, the deeply ingrained psychological conviction that our specific worldview represents an objective, unvarnished reflection of reality, and that anyone who perceives the world differently must be either ignorant, irrational, or deliberately malicious. A progressive pedagogy must explicitly target this cognitive distortion, teaching students from an early age how to critically interrogate the sources of their own beliefs, recognize the historical contingencies of their cultural perspectives, and embrace the profound limits of human knowledge. To achieve this goal, schools must transition away from the traditional rote learning models that treat students as passive vessels to be filled with absolute dogmatic assertions. Instead, classrooms must be transformed into communities of inquiry, modeled upon the classical Socratic tradition and modern frameworks of philosophical dialogue. In these spaces, students are not merely taught what to think, but how to analyze the architecture of thought itself. They are trained to identify logical fallacies, expose hidden ideological assumptions, and evaluate evidence with strict analytical rigor. Crucially, this training must be applied directly to their own inherited traditions and cultural narratives. When a student learns to separate the permanent universal virtues of their faith from the temporary historical conditions in which those revelations were packaged, they develop a robust intellectual immunity against the simplistic, dualistic narratives peddled by communal demagogues. Critical reason does not weaken personal conviction, rather it refines it, transforming a fragile, defensive dogmatism into a resilient, reflective faith that has no fear of open inquiry. Furthermore, this intellectual discipline must be paired with the explicit cultivation of epistemic humility, the conscious recognition that our individual minds can only ever grasp a tiny, localized fraction of the vast tapestry of human experience. Curricula must introduce students to the fascinating history of human error, demonstrating how the absolute certainties of past scientific, political, and theological orthodoxies were repeatedly shattered by new discoveries and deeper insights. By studying the profound limitations of human perception and the systemic biases that distort our reasoning, students learn to approach the cultural or religious alternative not with defensive arrogance but with a genuine spirit of curiosity and wonder. They begin to understand that the existence of different worldviews is not a cosmic threat to be eliminated but a reflection of the rich, multi-layered nature of reality itself. Epistemic humility provides the cognitive foundation for public reason, ensuring that when citizens enter the shared public square, they do so with a willingness to listen, to learn, and to subordinate their private prejudices to the collective search for truth and justice. Comparative ethics and the mapping of convergence. While the cultivation of critical reason and epistemic humility provides the necessary tools for intellectual self-defense, the educational paradigm must also offer a positive, substantive vision of human unity. This requires a profound structural reform of how history, culture, and religion are taught within our schools. In many contemporary educational systems, these subjects are taught in a deeply fragmented, nationalistic manner, focusing almost exclusively on the triumphs, grievances, and exceptionalism of the in-group, while framing other civilizations as distant, exotic, or fundamentally adversarial. This parochial approach actively prepares the ground for tribal panic, feeding the historical myths that keep communities segregated. To counter this division, we must implement a comprehensive framework of comparative ethics and civilizational history designed to map the profound convergences that unite the human family. The core methodology of this framework involves a systematic, side-by-side exploration of the world's major spiritual and philosophical traditions, explicitly highlighting how their distinct theological vocabularies and cultural narratives converge upon the exact same highest common factor of moral virtue. Students should not merely memorize the distinct rituals or historical timelines of Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and secular humanism. Rather, they should be guided to discover the golden thread of universal ethics that runs through all of them. A properly designed syllabus will demonstrate how the golden rule, the universal injunction to treat others as one wishes to be treated, appears independently across completely different centuries and continents. Articulated by Confucius in the classrooms of ancient China, embedded within the sacred texts of the Upanishads in India, thundered by the prophets of Israel, proclaimed by Jesus on the Mount, and beautifully integrated into the prophetic traditions of Islam. By analyzing these cross-cultural intersections, students begin to realize that our diverse traditions are not mutually exclusive battlegrounds, but distinct, historically conditioned responses to the same universal human longings and moral intuitions. They learn to view human history not as a zero-sum clash of civilizations, but as a collaborative, ongoing dialogue where different cultures have continually enriched, challenged, and borrowed from one another. This mapping of convergence effectively disarms the rhetoric of contamination and the illusion of cosmic dualism examined in Chapter 3. It provides young people with a shared moral vocabulary that transcends their demographic differences, ensuring that when they encounter the cultural alternative in the university, the workplace, or the neighborhood, they recognize a fellow traveler bound by the same enduring principles of compassion, honesty, and justice. Nurturing the moral imagination through narrative literacy. Beyond the analytical domains of logic and comparative ethics, the architecture of an inclusive education must engage the profound emotional depths of the human heart. It is a well-established psychological reality that human beings are not driven by cold, abstract principles alone. We are narrative creatures who understand our identity, our obligations, and our destinies through the stories we tell ourselves and the characters we emulate. Therefore, the cultivation of the moral imagination requires a deliberate focus on narrative literacy. The capacity to deeply engage with the literature, mythologies, and personal stories of individuals whose historical experiences and identities are entirely different from our own. The moral imagination is the psychological capacity to project oneself into the internal world of another human being, to feel their pain, to understand their anxieties, and to perceive the world through their eyes without losing one's own ethical anchor. In our current digital age, which is characterized by the hyperfragmentation of information and the creation of algorithmic echo chambers, the moral imagination is experiencing a severe form of atrophy. Students are increasingly exposed only to stories that validate their in-group grievances and caricature the out-group, leading to a profound desensitization to the suffering of the cultural stranger. To combat this emotional decay, literature and history curricula must be intentionally curated to maximize cross-cultural narrative exposure. Students must be challenged to read the memoirs, the poetry, and the novels written by the marginalized, the persecuted, and the historical adversaries of their own community. When a student from a dominant majority community engages deeply with a powerful piece of literature written from the perspective of an oppressed minority, experiencing the weight of institutional humiliation, the terror of displacement, and the fragile hope for dignity through the medium of story, a profound transformation occurs within their emotional landscape. The abstract political category of the minority is instantly humanized, breaking through the defensive armor of tribal pride. Narrative literacy allows us to bypass the intellectual gatekeepers of dogma and ideology, speaking directly to the universal capacity for empathy that resides within every human soul. It expands the moral circle from the bottom up, ensuring that our ethical obligations are driven not merely by a cold sense of duty, but by a rich, visceral recognition of our shared human vulnerability. By embedding narrative literacy into the core of our educational systems, we train the next generation to become active guardians of human dignity, individuals who refuse to stand by in silent complicity when the rights of any community are violated. The pedagogy of disagreement and civil dialogue. The ultimate test of a truly progressive educational paradigm is its capacity to prepare students for the reality of deep, unresolvable moral and political disagreement. A naive multiculturalism that pretends all differences are superficial, or a sterile secularism that demands citizens leave their deepest spiritual convictions at the door of the public square, is fundamentally incapable of sustaining peace in a highly pluralistic world. True harmony does not require the elimination of disagreement. It requires the development of a sophisticated pedagogy of disagreement, a framework that teaches young people how to engage in passionate, robust debate over their most deeply held convictions without surrendering to polarization, hatred, or violence. To achieve this level of civic maturity, universities and schools must consciously reject the modern temptation to create intellectual safe spaces that shelter students from exposure to alternative viewpoints or challenging ideas. The desire to insulate students from offensive or uncomfortable perspectives is a profound manifestation of tribal anxiety, one that cripples the development of intellectual resilience and leaves young people entirely unprepared for the messy realities of democratic life. Instead of avoiding conflict, educational institutions must actively teach the art of civil dialogue and structured argumentation. Students must be trained in the discipline of the Socratic debate, where they are required to defend ideas they personally disagree with, utilizing the strongest, most rational arguments available to their opponents. This practice shatters the simplistic assumption that those who hold alternative views are mentally deficient or morally corrupt, forcing students to recognize that complex ethical questions often involve competing, legitimate values that cannot be easily reconciled. Furthermore, this pedagogy must establish clear, explicit ground rules for engagement within the classroom, serving as a micro-level laboratory for the global public square. Students must learn to practice semantic precision, to refrain from ad hominem attacks, and to always grant their opponents the most charitable interpretation of their arguments. They must be taught to distinguish between an attack on an idea and an attack on a person, understanding that the robust critique of a religious doctrine or a political ideology is a vital component of intellectual freedom, whereas the demonization of the human beings who hold those beliefs is a violation of universal dignity. By practicing these demanding habits of civil dialogue over many years, students develop the emotional and intellectual stamina required to navigate the hyperpolarized digital landscapes of the modern world. They learn to view intense debate not as an existential war to be won at all costs, but as a collaborative, ongoing process of mutual refinement, ensuring that public reason remains the definitive tool for resolving the inevitable conflicts of a pluralistic society. The horizon of transcendent citizenship. Ultimately, the educational paradigm detailed throughout this chapter seeks to cultivate a profound sense of transcendent citizenship, a framework of identity that allows an individual to remain deeply rooted in their specific cultural heritage and spiritual traditions, while simultaneously embracing their ultimate responsibility to the wider human family and the planetary commons. It demonstrates that the ancient dichotomy between local loyalty and global responsibility is a false binary engineered by the tribal matrix. A truly educated human being does not need to abandon their unique identity to become a citizen of the world. Rather, they use the deepest, most universal insights of their specific heritage to anchor their commitment to global justice, human rights, and environmental sustainability. The implementation of this educational vision requires a systematic, long-term commitment from every level of society. Curriculum de-radicalization. Educational ministries and school boards must actively audit textbooks and syllabi to remove the lingering remnants of historical ethnocentrism, essentialist generalizations, and the romanticization of tribal violence, replacing them with narratives that emphasize cross-cultural cooperation and shared human achievement. Teacher transformation. Teacher training institutions must place a central emphasis on the cultivation of civilizational humility and intergroup dialogue techniques, ensuring that educators possess the emotional intelligence and intellectual breadth required to manage diverse, highly sensitive classrooms with fairness and grace. Civic and parental alliance. The values taught within the classroom must be actively reinforced by parents, religious institutions, and community leaders, creating a powerful cultural alliance that models the highest common factor of human ethics in the daily life of the neighborhood. As humanity faces the unprecedented existential crises of the 21st century, the choice before us is clear. We can continue to use our educational systems to build walls of separation, producing generations of technically proficient tribesmen who view the world through the narrow lens of fear and exclusion, or we can seize this historic moment to construct an educational paradigm that liberates the human mind. By dedicating our resources, our pedagogical creativity, and our collective will to the cultivation of the moral imagination and intellectual humility, we open the door to a sustainable future. We ensure that our children will grow up to be individuals who are fiercely loyal to truth, profoundly compassionate toward difference, and permanently committed to the magnificent, ongoing project of human coexistence and shared joy. Reflection questions. 1. How can educational policymakers effectively balance the need for localized cultural preservation with the universal requirement for comparative ethics and global identity within national curricula? 2. What specific pedagogical techniques can teachers deploy to help students manage the intense cognitive discomfort and emotional defensiveness that often arises during discussions of historical trauma or religious difference? 3. In what ways can universities protect the principles of free speech and open intellectual inquiry while simultaneously maintaining a public culture defined by civility, mutual respect, and academic rigor? 4. How can the principles of narrative literacy be effectively integrated into STEM fields to ensure that the development of advanced technologies remains permanently aligned with human values? 5. If the mapping of moral convergence reveals a shared ethical core across world religions, why do educational systems historically focus more heavily on the doctrinal differences that separate us? Chapter 9. The manifestation of transcendent multilateralism, governing the global commons through public reason. If the educational paradigm examined in the previous chapter serves to cultivate the internal architecture of the human mind, the ultimate realization of this philosophical journey must find expression in the radical reformulation of global governance. We cannot expect a generation educated in intellectual humility and the moral imagination to function effectively within an international system that remains structurally bound to the archaic principles of anarchic competition, geopolitical realpolitik, and the unbridled pursuit of unilateral state interest. The existing mechanisms of international diplomacy, forged in the immediate aftermath of 20th century global catastrophes, were designed for a world of clear territorial boundaries, sovereign state actors, and manageable technological capabilities. Today those systems are buckling under the immense weight of hyper-complex transnational crises that defy the traditional definitions of borders and jurisdictions. To prevent the international order from fracturing into a chaotic landscape of neo-tribal nationalism, resource wars, and ecological ruin, we must deliberately design and execute a framework of transcendent multilateralism. This governing paradigm does not seek the dissolution of local heritage or national identity. Rather, it demands the systematic alignment of international law, trade agreements, and planetary stewardship with the highest common factor of human virtue and the strict requirements of public reason. The transition toward transcendent multilateralism requires an honest, unyielding deconstruction of the structural flaws that compromise our current global institutions. The prevailing international architecture is deeply infected by a profound hypocrisy, wherein the universal declarations of human rights and collective security are routinely subordinated to the strategic ambitions and economic dominance of a few powerful nation-states. The institutional mechanisms of the United Nations, particularly the structural anachronism of the Security Council veto, allow unilateral geopolitical interests to paralyze the collective will of the global community, transforming the international forum into a theatrical arena of dogmatic posturing rather than a functional vehicle for public reason. Furthermore, global financial institutions frequently enforce economic policies that prioritize market liberalization and resource extraction over local sustainability, intergenerational equity, and human dignity, thereby accelerating the socio-economic disparities that feed the tribal matrix. To move past this systemic failure, we must establish a new charter for global cooperation, one that elevates planetary survival and universal ethics above the short-term profit margins of multinational corporations and the parochial anxieties of sovereign states. By exploring the granular structural reforms required to implement this framework, we can outline a practical path toward a stable, equitable, and harmonious world order. The restructuring of global deliberative assemblies. The first critical requirement of transcendent multilateralism is the thorough democratization and structural renovation of global deliberative bodies. The historical consensus that birthed the contemporary International Assembly was fundamentally flawed by its exclusive reliance on the nation-state as the sole unit of legitimate representation. This configuration systematically excludes the voices of indigenous communities, localized municipal governments, transnational civic movements, and future generations, the very groups that bear the disproportionate consequences of global policy failures. To rectify this democratic deficit, we must expand our institutional imagination and construct a multi-layered global assembly that mirrors the rich diversity of the human family while enforcing the rigorous standards of rational deliberation. A primary structural intervention involves the transformation of the United Nations General Assembly into a bicameral global parliament. The existing chamber, which grants equal voting power to sovereign governments regardless of their democratic legitimacy or population size, must be supplemented by a democratically elected World Citizens' Assembly. In this lower chamber, representatives would be chosen directly by global citizens through a system of proportional representation, bypassing the ideological gatekeepers of national governments. This structural innovation would fundamentally alter the dynamics of international discourse. Instead of voting along rigid nationalistic blocs, representatives would align themselves across transnational ideological coalitions dedicated to global public policy, environmental justice, and human rights. A politician from an endangered island nation in the Pacific could form an organic legislative alliance with urban representatives from Europe and indigenous leaders from South America, uniting their political capital to pass binding planetary legislation regarding carbon emissions and ecological restoration. By institutionalizing a direct link between the individual citizen and global governance, we effectively dismantle the parochial barriers of the tribal matrix, allowing a genuine global public reason to emerge within the halls of international law. Concurrently, the executive mechanisms of global governance must be stripped of their archaic privileges and aligned with the principles of universal fairness. The veto power currently held by the permanent members of the Security Council must be systematically abolished or structurally neutralized through a constitutional amendment that allows a two-thirds majority of the global parliament to override any unilateral obstruction. The maintenance of global peace and security cannot remain hostage to the imperial ambitions or defensive anxieties of a select group of nuclear-armed states. The Security Council must be replaced by a democratically accountable Global Security Council, whose membership is dynamically determined based on a state's compliance with international law, its contribution to the planetary commons, and its adherence to human rights standards. This executive body must be supported by a permanent, independently financed international peacekeeping force, trained specifically in the architecture of reconciliation and cognitive de-escalation, capable of intervening rapidly to prevent communal violence, ethnic cleansing, and human rights violations, without serving as an instrument of Western hegemony or Eastern expansionism. The codification of planetary jurisprudence. The institutional restructuring of global assemblies must be accompanied by a profound revolution in the philosophical foundations and practical execution of international law. For centuries, Western legal traditions have treated the natural world as a passive, infinite commodity, a collection of property to be owned, exploited, and partitioned for the material benefit of human states and corporations. This extractive paradigm, which underpins the entirety of modern commercial law, is completely incompatible with the ecological realities of an interconnected planet. Transcendent multilateralism demands the urgent codification of planetary jurisprudence, a legal framework that recognizes the intrinsic rights of nature, establishes the category of global public commons, and elevates the destruction of ecosystems to the status of a supreme international crime. The foundational principle of planetary jurisprudence is the legal recognition of ecocide as a crime against humanity, triable before the International Criminal Court alongside genocide and war crimes. Ecocide must be defined with strict semantic precision as the widespread, systemic, and long-term destruction of any ecosystem, whether through industrial pollution, massive deforestation, overfishing, or the reckless release of toxic substances. Under this framework, corporate executives, state officials, and military commanders can be held personally and criminally liable for decisions that cause irreversible damage to the biosphere, removing the corporate veil of immunity that currently shields the perpetrators of environmental destruction. By elevating ecological stewardship to the highest tier of international law, we translate the universal ethical virtue of reverence for life into a powerful, enforceable mechanism of global accountability, demonstrating that the health of the planet is an absolute prerequisite for the survival of human civilization. Furthermore, planetary jurisprudence requires the creation of a global trusteeship system for the management of the planetary commons. The atmosphere, the oceans outside territorial waters, the polar regions, the global internet infrastructure, and the human genome must be explicitly declared as the common heritage of humanity, placed permanently outside the jurisdiction of national sovereignty and market commodification. These commons would be governed by independent global commons trusts, comprised of scientists, ethicists, indigenous representatives, and civil society leaders, operating under a strict mandate to preserve these vital resources for future generations. These trusts would possess the legal authority to issue binding regulations, levy planetary resource taxes, and penalize any state or corporate entity that violates the integrity of the commons. The revenue generated from these global resource taxes would be channeled directly into a global resilience fund, dedicated to financing climate adaptation in the global south, restoring degraded ecosystems, and providing universal access to clean water, renewable energy, and digital education. Redesigning global economics through ethical trade. The legal and institutional counterweights of transcendent multilateralism will remain structurally incomplete unless they directly confront and transform the deep systemic inequities embedded within the global economic order. The contemporary architecture of international trade and finance is largely governed by a neoliberal paradigm that prioritizes short-term capital accumulation, corporate deregulation, and financial speculation over the well-being of local communities and the preservation of cultural identities. This predatory economic model systematically transfers wealth from the global periphery to the core, creating severe socio-economic vulnerabilities that communal demagogues easily exploit to trigger ethnic anxieties and tribal fragmentation. To construct a sustainable future, we must redesign global economics through a comprehensive framework of ethical trade and restorative finance, transforming the global marketplace from an engine of exploitation into a cooperative vehicle for human flourishing. The primary intervention in this economic restructuring involves the complete overhaul of the World Trade Organization and the implementation of a global social and ecological tariff system. Under the current trade regime, multinational corporations are permitted to practice regulatory arbitrage, arbitrarily shifting their production facilities to nations with the weakest labor protections, the lowest environmental standards, and the most corrupt governments, thereby depressing global wages and externalizing the environmental costs of production. The global tariff system would systematically neutralize this destructive dynamic by levying compensatory duties on goods imported from nations or corporations that fail to meet strict international benchmarks for labor rights, living wages, carbon efficiency, and ecological sustainability. This approach ensures the framework transitions away from economic polarization by enforcing ethical minimums that encourage sustainable development. The tariffs collected would not flow into the treasuries of importing nations, but would be redistributed directly to the workers and local communities within the producing countries to finance social safety nets, trade unions, and sustainable industrial transitions. This mechanism aligns market incentives with universal virtues, ensuring that ethical production becomes a decisive competitive advantage in the global economy rather than a financial liability. Simultaneously, the architecture of international finance must be rescued from the volatile dynamics of speculative capitalism and anchored in the principles of restorative investment. Global financial institutions, such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, must be thoroughly democratized, stripping Western nations of their disproportionate voting control and granting equitable decision-making power to the nations of the Global South. The structural adjustment programs that historically forced developing nations to dismantle their health, education, and welfare systems in exchange for debt relief must be permanently banned. In their place, international finance must institute a comprehensive system of sovereign debt jubilee for nations suffering from the compounding effects of colonial exploitation and climate change, pairing this relief with green development grants that enable these societies to leapfrog the fossil fuel era and build decentralized renewable energy economies. Furthermore, the international community must establish a global financial transactions tax, popularly known as a Tobin tax, to suppress high-frequency speculative currency trading while generating hundreds of billions of dollars annually to eradicate extreme poverty and fund public health infrastructure across the globe. The Global Technology Accord, governing the cognitive and digital frontiers. As humanity expands its material capabilities into the advanced domains of the 21st century, the framework of transcendent multilateralism must urgently extend its jurisdiction over the rapidly evolving frontiers of digital technology, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology. As detailed in earlier chapters, these advanced tools possess an extraordinary dual capacity. They can serve as unprecedented instruments for human liberation, scientific discovery, and global collaboration, or they can be weaponized as devastating mechanisms of mass surveillance, cognitive manipulation, and lethal warfare. Because the reach of these technologies is inherently global, bypassing the legislative controls of individual states, their ethical governance cannot be left to the erratic decisions of private tech corporations or national security apparatuses. We must establish a comprehensive global technology accord to ensure that the digital frontier remains permanently aligned with public reason, transparency, and the universal protection of human dignity. The foundational pillar of the Global Technology Accord is the absolute international ban on the development, deployment, and proliferation of autonomous lethal weapon systems. The delegation of life and death decisions to algorithms, machine learning models, or robotic platforms represents a supreme violation of human rights and a total abdication of the moral responsibility inherent to our shared humanity. Alongside traditional prohibited international weapons, such as chemical and biological agents or nuclear armaments, autonomous lethal systems represent an unprecedented cognitive threat by assigning machines the power to kill humans. An autonomous drone or robotic infantry unit, operating without meaningful human control, is incapable of practicing the moral imagination, exercising empathy, or understanding the subtle nuances of international humanitarian law. The international community must treat the creation of these machines with the same absolute moral condemnation currently reserved for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, establishing a strict verification regime under a newly created International Cognitive Security Agency to inspect corporate laboratories and military facilities, ensuring that all autonomous weapon systems are systematically dismantled and outlawed across the globe. Beyond the military sphere, the Global Technology Accord must enforce a radical restructuring of the digital attention economy. The algorithms that power global social media platforms must be legally classified as public utilities, subjecting them to strict international regulatory oversight. The Accord would mandate the absolute prohibition of surveillance capitalism, the corporate practice of tracking, extracting, and monetizing the private behavioral data of citizens to construct predictive psychological profiles designed for behavioral modification and political manipulation. Global tech platforms must be forced to transition to open-source architectures, where users retain absolute ownership over their digital footprints and hold the democratic power to configure the algorithms that determine their information feeds. Furthermore, the International Cognitive Security Agency would establish global standards for the identification and containment of algorithmic radicalization, requiring platforms to actively suppress content designed to trigger group-based disgust, dehumanization, and xenophobia. By cleansing the digital bloodstream of the planet from the toxic incentives of outrage capitalism, we protect the shared cognitive reality necessary for global public reason to function effectively. Grassroots cosmopolitanism and transnational civic networks. The grand institutional, legal, and economic structures of transcendent multilateralism will ultimately remain fragile, top-down mechanisms unless they are continuously anchored in a vibrant, bottom-up culture of grassroots cosmopolitanism. An international system comprised solely of reformed assemblies, courts, and regulatory agencies risks becoming a cold, remote bureaucracy that fails to command the emotional loyalty or moral imagination of the average citizen. To prevent this alienation, which frequently triggers a defensive populist backlash in favor of tribal isolationism, we must actively cultivate a dense network of transnational civic networks, social, cultural, and political associations that connect ordinary individuals across borders in meaningful acts of collaborative citizenship and mutual solidarity. Grassroots cosmopolitanism operates on the sociological principle that true global solidarity is not built by erasing our local identities, but by weaving those identities into horizontal relationships of mutual enrichment and shared action. This requires the deliberate institutionalization of structured transnational civic assemblies, which flourish through digital global town halls, cross-border cooperatives that bypass traditional corporate monopolies, and extensive youth exchanges. In these spaces, ordinary citizens from different parts of the world are regularly brought together via secure, translated digital networks to deliberate on global challenges, share local solutions, and draft policy recommendations for the World Citizens Assembly. A citizen managing a cooperative agricultural project in rural India can engage in a direct, structured dialogue with an urban planner in South Africa and a community organizer in the United Kingdom, exchanging insights on water conservation, local democracy, and economic resilience. These horizontal interactions transform the concept of the global community from an abstract philosophical ideal into a tangible lived reality, building deep reserves of international social capital that insulate the global public square against the polarizing rhetoric of ethno-nationalist demagogues. Furthermore, this grassroots network must be supported by massive, publicly funded global youth exchange programs modeled upon regional initiatives but expanded to a planetary scale. These programs must be deliberately structured to ensure equitable access, allowing young people from marginalized and developing communities to live, study, and participate in civic service projects alongside their peers in different parts of the world for sustained periods. When a young person spends a formative year working within a community whose language, religion, and customs are entirely different from their own, they develop a profound experiential understanding of civilizational humility and narrative literacy. They learn firsthand that beneath the colorful, magnificent variations of human culture, their peers are animated by the exact same longings for love, security, dignity, and purpose. These early experiences permanently rewire the developing mind, ensuring that the software of the tribal matrix is permanently subordinate to a deep, visceral identification with the universal human family, creating a generation of leaders capable of executing the demanding requirements of transcendent multilateralism with authentic compassion and moral clarity. Reclaiming the global destiny. The comprehensive framework of transcendent multilateralism outlined throughout this chapter offers humanity a definitive, practical path away from the precipice of global fragmentation and toward a sustainable, harmonious future. It demonstrates that the profound existential challenges of our era, the degradation of the biosphere, the volatile frontiers of advanced technology, the systemic inequities of global finance, and the polarization of our information ecosystems, are not insurmountable curses of fate, but structural consequences of a fragmented, obsolete model of international governance. We possess the institutional designs to democratize global assemblies, the legal principles to codify planetary jurisprudence, the economic tools to enforce ethical trade, the technological frameworks to protect our cognitive security, and the grassroots networks to build an enduring global solidarity. The execution of this vision represents the supreme moral task of our generation. It demands that we summon the courage to transcend the short-term dictates of national selfishness, corporate greed, and dogmatic absolutism, and actively step onto the shared ground of public reason and universal virtue. Let us cast aside the cynical fatalism that claims human beings are eternally condemned to tribal conflict, and instead dedicate our intellects, our resources, and our collective will to the architecture of global reconciliation. By restructuring our planetary governance to reflect the highest common factor of human decency, we ensure that our magnificent, diverse civilization can step forward into the modern landscape with unshakable confidence, turning this critical historical crossroads into the definitive dawn of a peaceful, just, and unified world. Reflection questions. 1. How can the proposed World Citizens' Assembly ensure authentic representation for marginalized populations who lack access to the digital infrastructure required for global elections? 2. What specific diplomatic and economic strategies can be deployed to persuade nuclear-armed and economically dominant states to voluntarily surrender their veto power within global assemblies? 3. In what ways does the codification of ecocide as an international crime challenge the historical legal distinction between corporate liability and individual criminal responsibility? 4. How can a global social and ecological tariff system be designed to prevent it from being weaponized as a protectionist tool by wealthy nations to suppress the economic development of the global South? 5. What mechanisms can transnational civic networks use to maintain their independence and prevent their initiatives from being co-opted or suppressed by authoritarian states seeking to enforce national isolationism? Chapter 10. The Synthesis of Transcendent Realism, a Manifesto for the Planetary Era. The grand evolutionary trajectory traced across the preceding chapters culminates not in a utopia of bloodless abstractions, but in the demanding, concrete realization of what must be termed transcendent realism. We have journeyed from the local negotiations of the Malaysian crossroads, through the urgent scaling of the moral circle, past the granular mechanics of linguistic and structural reconciliation, and into the institutional blueprints for global governance. Yet, this entire intellectual architecture remains a fragile house of cards, if it is conceived merely as a collection of separate policies or mechanical adjustments. The true crisis of the contemporary era is at its core a metaphysical one, a profound disorientation regarding the ultimate purpose of human association, the nature of shared truth, and the cosmic responsibility of our species. Transcendent realism offers a definitive resolution to this crisis by synthesizing the absolute unchanging insights of human virtue with an uncompromising hard-headed engagement with the material, technological, and ecological imperatives of our planetary home. It provides the final conceptual archway through which humanity must pass if it is to successfully close the chapter on its long, bloody history of tribal fragmentation and step forward into a mature, unified civilizational era. To operationalize transcendent realism on a global scale, the human community must undergo a profound philosophical awakening that completely redefines the relationship between personal conviction and public action. For generations, the modern world has been trapped in a paralyzing, artificial dichotomy between a cynical, value-free materialism that reduces all human behavior to economic calculation, and a fierce, dogmatic fundamentalism that seeks to impose narrow theological or ideological absolute certainties upon a pluralistic world. Both paths represent a profound surrender to the lowest common denominator. The former strips our public institutions of their moral authority, leaving them defenseless against the corrosive power of greed, while the latter ignites the volatile software of the tribal matrix, transforming deep differences into existential wars of survival. Transcendent realism slices directly through this false binary by demonstrating that our deepest spiritual intuitions and our highest rational capabilities are not adversaries but twin expressions of a singular universal human dignity. It demands that we construct a public square where the transcendent virtues of compassion, truth and justice are treated not as subjective preferences, but as objective foundational realities necessary for the preservation of life itself. The evolution of the sovereign consciousness. The first and most radical imperative of transcendent realism is the fundamental evolution of sovereign consciousness. The concept of sovereignty, which has served as the bedrock of international law since the middle of the 17th century, was originally designed to insulate territorial rulers from external religious interference and establish a basic baseline of domestic order. In that historical context, sovereignty was defined as an absolute, exclusive and self-serving exercise of power, a legal license for a state to maximize its own wealth, security and prestige without accountability to the wider human family or the health of the biosphere. In our hyper-connected planetary era, this isolated model of sovereignty has transformed into an existential hazard, a dangerous legal anachronism that permits individual nations to actively export ecological ruin, manipulate global digital networks and stockpile weapons of mass destruction under the guise of national security. Transcendent realism demands that we systematically replace the archaic model of exclusive sovereignty with a sophisticated paradigm of relational sovereignty. Under this legal and philosophical framework, a nation-state's legitimacy is no longer derived merely from its monopoly on internal violence or its capacity to defend its borders. Rather, its sovereignty is explicitly conditioned upon its fulfillment of global obligations and its stewardship of the planetary commons. Relational sovereignty establishes that a government has a sacred dual responsibility, a domestic duty to protect the welfare and cultural heritage of its citizens, and a cosmic duty to preserve the ecological, technological and cognitive security of the entire human family. A state that permits the systemic destruction of its ancient rainforests, or turns a blind eye to the algorithmic manipulation of global information networks operating within its borders, cannot shield itself behind the classical doctrine of non-interference. It must be recognized as a direct violation of international law, subject to binding arbitration, ecological tariffs and institutional penalties administered by the parliamentary assemblies of international governance. This evolution of consciousness requires the development of an advanced legal doctrine known as the planetary duty of care. This doctrine explicitly translates the highest common factor of human ethics into a binding, cross-border principle of tort law, establishing that every sovereign government, transnational corporation, and municipal authority owes a direct legal duty to prevent harm to all inhabitants of the planet, including unborn generations. If a state executes an economic policy or approves an industrial project that predictably causes long-term ecological displacement or cognitive radicalization in a foreign nation, the affected populations possess the absolute legal standing to sue the offending state for damages before the International Court of Justice. By institutionalizing the planetary duty of care, we dismantle the primitive boundary between the internal and external moral circle, forcing our legal, political and economic systems to structurally reflect the deep, inescapable reality of human interdependence. The restorative financial architecture, dismantling predatory capitalism. The conceptual transformation of sovereignty will remain an idealized illusion unless it is immediately paired with a comprehensive structural dismantling of predatory financial capitalism. As dissected in the preceding chapters, the systemic inequities generated by the current global economic order are powerful catalysts for the activation of the tribal matrix. When local economies are shattered by speculative capital flight, when sovereign nations are trapped in perpetual debt cycles by undemocratic financial institutions, and when wealth is systematically concentrated in fewer hands, the resulting social anxiety breeds a profound vulnerability to populist demagoguery. Transcendent realism requires the immediate implementation of a restorative financial architecture designed to align the flow of global capital with the permanent virtues of equity, sustainability, and human flourishing. The first foundational pillar of this restorative architecture is the universal establishment of the Planetary Sovereign Wealth Fund. This fund would be financed through the systematic collection of the Global Financial Transactions Tax, the ecocide penalties levied by the International Criminal Court, and the planetary resource taxes gathered by the Global Commons Trusts. Crucially, the Planetary Sovereign Wealth Fund would operate completely independent of the control of private banking cartels or wealthy donor states, governed instead by a democratically accountable board comprised of representatives from the World Citizens Assembly, indigenous communities, and economic ethicists. The primary mandate of the fund would be the direct provisioning of a global universal basic assets dividend, a mechanism that provides every human being on the planet with guaranteed access to the material baselines of human dignity: clean water, nutrient-dense food, comprehensive healthcare, quality education, and secure housing. By transforming the shared wealth of the global commons into a universal safety net, we eliminate the desperate existential poverty that tribal demagogues exploit to turn communities against one another. Concurrently, the international community must execute a radical demilitarization of global economics by implementing a comprehensive framework for the conversion of military capital. Annually, the nation-states of the world squander trillions of dollars on the production, maintenance, and modernization of weapons systems designed to incinerate human life and destroy civilizational infrastructure. A colossal misallocation of human genius and material resources that represents the ultimate manifestation of the lowest common denominator. Transcendent realism requires all nations to commit to a legally binding, phased reduction of their military expenditures by 10% annually over the next decade, redirecting those funds into domestic and international green infrastructure projects. The massive industrial complexes currently dedicated to the manufacture of warships, fighter jets, and missiles must be structurally converted into state-of-the-art production facilities for renewable energy grids, advanced water purification technologies, and ecological monitoring systems. This conversion ensures that millions of workers globally are not displaced into economic uncertainty, but are actively retrained to deploy their technical skills in service of planetary preservation rather than tribal annihilation. The Cognitive Defense Treaty, safeguarding the collective human mind. As humanity successfully reorganizes its political and economic structures, it must simultaneously erect a powerful, impenetrable shield around its most vulnerable and precious asset, the collective human mind. The rise of advanced digital technology, neuromorphic computing, and synthetic media has transformed the cognitive sphere into an active zone of unregulated psychological warfare. As detailed previously, the commercial attention economy profits directly from the systematic exploitation of human evolutionary vulnerabilities, using sophisticated algorithms to bypass critical reason and trigger the ancient software of tribal panic. If our cognitive environment continues to be polluted by deliberate disinformation, weaponized outrage, and the calculated destruction of a shared evidential reality, the capacity for global public reason will completely collapse, rendering all forms of democratic governance impossible. Transcendent realism demands the immediate ratification of the Global Cognitive Defense Treaty. The core objective of the Global Cognitive Defense Treaty is the absolute codification of cognitive liberty as a fundamental, inalienable human right. Cognitive liberty must be defined as the right of every individual to maintain absolute autonomy over their own mental processes, free from algorithmic manipulation, covert psychological profiling, and neurotechnological coercion. Under this treaty, the practice of algorithmic engineering designed to induce addiction, cultivate outgroup hostility, or systematically erode the capacity for sustained attention would be legally categorized as a crime of cognitive violence, subject to immediate international prosecution and the complete revocation of a corporation's license to operate. The treaty would mandate the absolute deletion of all existing predictive behavioral profiles held by tech conglomerates, effectively bankrupting the industry of surveillance capitalism and returning data sovereignty to the individual citizen. To enforce these rigorous standards, the treaty would empower the International Cognitive Security Agency to deploy advanced, non-commercial algorithmic audits across all global digital platforms. These audits would verify that information feeds are configured to prioritize factual accuracy, diverse yet civil viewpoints, and the active suppression of dehumanizing rhetoric. Furthermore, the Accord would establish the Global Truth Protocol, a decentralized, open-source digital verification network managed by an international coalition of universities, scientific academies, and investigative journalists. This protocol would utilize advanced cryptographic watermarking to trace the provenance of all digital media, providing citizens with an unalterable tool to instantly identify synthetic media, deepfakes, and state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. By constructing this robust cognitive defense system, we cleanse the digital environment of the planet, ensuring that the global public square remains an arena for rational deliberation, civilizational humility, and the collective search for truth. The mobilization of transnational civic solidarities, the grand institutional, legal, and cognitive fortresses built by transcendent realism will ultimately remain stagnant structures unless they are continuously animated by the vibrant, bottom-up mobilization of transnational civic solidarities. A global civilization cannot be maintained solely by the clean mechanics of reformed laws and digital protocols. It requires an active, passionate, and daily commitment from the citizens who inhabit it. we must consciously cultivate a culture of planetary activism, creating horizontal networks of cooperation that bypass the traditional limitations of national boundaries and corporate structures, allowing ordinary individuals to flex their moral imagination in service of global reconciliation. A premier manifestation of this grassroots mobilization is the establishment of the Global Solidarity Corps. This initiative would require all young adults, upon completion of their secondary or higher education, to dedicate 1 year of civic service to an international project located outside their country of origin. Financed entirely by the Planetary Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Global Solidarity Corps would deploy multicultural teams of young people to the front lines of global crises, executing massive reforestation initiatives in the Sahel, constructing decentralized solar arrays in remote rural communities, assisting in the resettlement and integration of climate refugees, and staffing localized reconciliation centers in regions recovering from communal violence. This immersive experience completely shatters the insular illusions of the tribal matrix. When young adults live, eat and labor alongside peers from entirely different religious, linguistic and socio-economic backgrounds to achieve a tangible common good, their superficial prejudices dissolve in the face of shared humanity. They return to their home communities not as narrow ethno-nationalists, but as active, lifelong ambassadors of civilizational humility and transcendent realism. Simultaneously, the framework of transnational solidarity must actively revitalize the global labor and cooperative movements, creating direct economic linkages that bypass the exploitative channels of multinational corporations. We must witness the rapid proliferation of transnational worker-owned cooperatives, economic enterprises that link producers in the global south directly with consumers in the global north through democratic, transparent digital platforms. A coffee farming cooperative in Central America, owned entirely by local families, can utilize decentralized finance networks to sell its produce directly to a cooperative supermarket chain in the United Kingdom, ensuring that the full value of the labor remains within the local community, while providing ethical consumers with complete transparency regarding wages, environmental standards, and community investment. These direct horizontal economic networks transform the global marketplace from a predatory arena of competition into a cooperative ecosystem of mutual support, proving that the highest common factor of human morality can be actively woven into the very fabric of our daily economic transactions. The reclamation of the transcendent horizon. Ultimately, the manifesto of transcendent realism demands a profound reclamation of the transcendent horizon within the cultural life of our species. We must recognize that the relentless fragmentation of the modern world is the predictable symptom of a deep spiritual vacuum, a systemic failure to provide human beings with a meaningful, inclusive narrative that explains their place in the cosmic story. For too long, we have allowed the sublime power of the transcendent to be hijacked by the exclusive dogmas of religious extremism or flattened by the sterile materialism of secular technocracy. Transcendent realism reclaims this horizon by demonstrating that the ultimate destiny of humanity is to become a conscious, harmonious, and unified guardian of life on Earth. This awakening requires a complete reformulation of our cultural narratives, artistic expressions, and public rituals. Our artists, filmmakers, writers, and musicians must move past the exhausted paradigms of cynical postmodernism, dystopian fatalism, and tribal romanticism, and instead deploy their immense creative talents to construct a magnificent mythology for the planetary era. We need stories that celebrate the heroism of cross-cultural reconciliation, poetry that sings of our profound kinship with the natural world, and public rituals that honor the unique, particular beauty of every distinct tradition while affirming our ultimate alignment with the universal human family. Educational systems, civic organizations, and religious institutions must collaborate to establish planetary holy days, shared moments of reflection, rest, and celebration where humanity pauses to honor the preservation of the biosphere, the triumph of public reason, and the enduring resilience of our shared moral core. As we stand at this definitive historical crossroads, the choice before us is absolute and unavoidable. We can choose to cling to the archaic software of the tribal matrix, retreating into our narrow enclaves of national pride, corporate greed, and dogmatic isolationism, a path that leads inevitably to the rapid degradation of the biosphere, the weaponization of our technologies, and the final, catastrophic ruin of our civilization. Or we can summon the magnificent moral courage required to step onto the ground of transcendent realism, restructuring our laws, our economics, our digital networks, and our internal consciousness to reflect the highest common factor of human decency. Let us cast aside all fear, cynicism, and hesitation, and join hand in hand across every border, faith, and culture to build a global civilization worthy of our highest potentials. By dedicating our lives to the architecture of planetary reconciliation, we ensure that our rich, magnificent diversity remains forever the source of our collective strength, our enduring resilience, and our eternal shared joy. Reflection questions. 1. In what ways does the doctrine of relational sovereignty redefine the ethical responsibilities of military commanders and intelligence agencies during times of localized conflict? 2. What specific legal and structural mechanisms are required to ensure that the Planetary Sovereign Wealth Fund remains permanently insulated from political corruption and Western institutional dominance? 3. How can the International Cognitive Security Agency effectively distinguish between harmful algorithmic manipulation and legitimate controversial political speech within the digital public square? 4. What strategies can be deployed to overcome the powerful resistance of the military-industrial complex when executing the structural conversion of military capital into green infrastructure? 5. How can localized cultural traditions and indigenous spiritualities protect their unique identities from being diluted or homogenized within a global culture defined by transcendent realism? Chapter 11. The Realization of Planetary Harmony, Epilogue to the Architecture of Human Reconciliation. If the philosophy of transcendent realism provides the architectural blueprint for the planetary era, its ultimate validation lies in its application to the immediate, practical texture of everyday life. A global order featuring reformed parliaments, planetary trusts, and advanced cognitive defense systems will remain inert unless these macro-level structural adjustments cascade downward into the micro-level routines of communities and individuals. The final step of this transformative journey requires us to examine the concrete habits, rituals, and localized expressions that emerge when humanity successfully transitions away from the volatile traps of the tribal matrix. It is within the quiet spaces of local municipal assemblies, decentralized economic networks, and culturally integrated neighborhoods that the high principles of public reason take root, evolving from an institutional manifesto into a lived, experiential reality. This closing exploration outlines the practical realization of planetary harmony, showing how the structural, legal, and cognitive reforms detailed in previous chapters manifest as a stable, equitable, and flourishing global peace. The materialization of this harmonious civilizational phase requires us to address the lingering doubts that historically plague all comprehensive visions of global reform. Skeptics frequently argue that a unified planetary order must inevitably result in a sterile, homogenized global culture that strips individuals of their historic identities, languages, and unique ancestral roots. Transcendent realism completely rejects this monolithic assumption, demonstrating that true global solidarity is built not upon the erasure of diversity, but upon its deliberate cultivation as an essential evolutionary asset. The planetary era does not seek to establish a single, centralized global monoculture. Rather, it cultivates a magnificent polyphonic civilizational harmony where every distinct language, cultural lineage, and regional heritage is preserved, celebrated, and dynamically engaged in a continuous, open-ended dialogue. By mapping the granular social dynamics that characterize this phase of human development, we can observe how structural justice and local diversity reinforce one another, creating an unshakable foundation for perpetual human coexistence. The revitalization of the local commons. The primary local expression of planetary harmony occurs within the immediate, tangible domain of the municipal neighborhood and the regional ecological watershed. Under the previous paradigm of predatory resource extraction, local communities were routinely fractured by the aggressive demands of distant corporate monopolies, which commodified communal land, privatized essential water supplies, and disrupted the delicate socio-ecological balances that sustained generations. The implementation of planetary jurisprudence and the establishment of the global commons trusts fundamentally reverse this destructive dynamic, returning the governance of local natural resources to the direct democratic stewardship of the people who inhabit and care for the landscape. In this decentralized ecological model, municipal neighborhoods are structurally reorganized around the principle of collective self-reliance and environmental regeneration. Local water tables, community forests, urban agricultural spaces, and clean energy generation facilities are placed under the legal protection of community land trusts, managed through highly participatory citizen assemblies that utilize the techniques of cognitive de-escalation and narrative literacy. Decisions regarding resource allocation, crop cultivation, and infrastructure expansion are no longer dictated by the fluctuations of speculative financial markets, but are determined through open public reason, ensuring that ecological sustainability and social equity are prioritized above all else. A neighborhood assembly in a bustling urban center or a rural village can manage its own localized, zero-emission microgrid, utilizing advanced, open-source renewable technologies provided by the converted industrial sectors of the global economy, completely liberating the community from dependency on fossil fuel syndicates or centralized state monopolies. Furthermore, this revitalization of the local commons fosters a profound psychological transition among citizens, shifting the primary human relationship to the material world from one of ownership to one of active stewardship. When individuals participate directly in the maintenance and restoration of their local ecosystems, their internal moral circle naturally expands to encompass the non-human world. The daily practice of caring for a community watershed, restoring degraded topsoil through regenerative agriculture, or monitoring local biodiversity transforms environmental ethics from an abstract academic theory into a visceral lived duty. This deep, experiential connection to the immediate landscape serves as a powerful psychological counterweight to the disorienting, abstract pressures of the digital age, anchoring the human mind in the slow, restorative rhythms of the natural world and immunizing the population against the artificial panics generated by the attention economy. The integration of restorative justice practices. As the economic and ecological baselines of local communities are stabilized, the internal mechanisms of social conflict resolution must undergo an equivalent structural revolution. The traditional penal systems of the modern world, heavily reliant on punitive incarceration, structural isolation, and adversarial litigation, are profoundly unsuited for a society striving for deep, enduring reconciliation. These systems frequently exacerbate social fractures, reinforcing the tribal divisions between the perpetrator and the victim, and failing to address the underlying psychological and socioeconomic vulnerabilities that drive antisocial behavior. The planetary era replaces these archaic legal structures with a comprehensive, institutionalized framework of restorative justice and community reconciliation. Restorative justice within the planetary era operates on the foundational principle that any transgression against an individual or a community represents a tear in the fabric of the shared human family, requiring active healing rather than mechanical punishment. Instead of relying on an adversarial system that results in punitive incarceration and deepened fractures, the planetary era shifts toward a restorative system anchored in empathetic dialogue and communal healing. Municipal legal centers are transformed from adversarial courtrooms into circles of public reason and empathetic dialogue, facilitated by trained specialists in cross-cultural mediation and cognitive health. When an infraction occurs, the legal process brings the perpetrator, the victim, and affected community members together into a structured, highly disciplined space of narrative confrontation. The objective is to encourage the perpetrator to confront the full, granular human consequences of their actions, fostering authentic accountability and civilizational humility, while providing the victim with an open, validating forum to articulate their grief and negotiate terms of material and psychological restitution. This structural shift completely reconfigures the nature of civic accountability, ensuring that rehabilitation and social reintegration are the absolute priorities of the legal system. Instead of being isolated in punitive facilities that function as schools for further radicalization, individuals who violate community standards are assigned to restorative civic service projects managed by local trusts. They may work alongside ecological teams restoring a damaged ecosystem, contribute labor to a municipal green housing initiative, or participate in intensive cognitive rehabilitation programs designed to deconstruct the internal software of group-based hostility. The community remains actively engaged throughout this process, providing the necessary social networks and material security to ensure that the individual is successfully welcomed back into the collective civic fold once restitution is complete. By institutionalizing forgiveness and active healing at the grassroots level, we dismantle the cycles of resentment and retribution that historically feed the tribal matrix. The proliferation of multi-centric cultural hubs. The structural stability provided by local trusts and restorative justice systems creates the ideal social conditions for an unprecedented blossoming of creative and cultural expression. As the fears of economic displacement and cultural erasure are systematically neutralized by the protections of transcendent multilateralism, communities are liberated to share their distinct heritages with the world without the defensive anxieties that lead to xenophobia or insular nationalism. The planetary era witnesses the widespread proliferation of multi-centric cultural hubs, physical and digital institutions designed to celebrate the radical diversity of human artistic expression while constantly reinforcing our universal moral baseline. These cultural hubs function as vibrant, open-ended laboratories for cross-cultural collaboration, narrative literacy, and artistic innovation, rather than allowing local traditions to be commodified by corporate tourism or flattened by a commercial entertainment industry. These spaces achieve heritage preservation by protecting local, unique arts and traditions. They also serve as an open, cross-cultural space, enabling collaborations between diverse artists. A cultural hub in a specific city can host ongoing residencies where traditional storytellers from West Africa, classical musicians from South Asia, and digital media creators from Europe collaborate on joint artistic productions that interweave their distinct aesthetic languages into new, beautiful syntheses. These collaborative works are then distributed via global broadcasting across the open-source digital utilities established by the Global Technology Accord, enriching the shared cultural bloodstream of the planet and fostering a widespread public appreciation for the profound variations of human genius. Crucially, these hubs also serve as essential civic arenas for the practice of narrative empathy and civilizational humility among the general public. Through immersive educational exhibits, multilingual public theater, and community-wide storytelling festivals, citizens are regularly invited to step inside the historical experiences, struggles, and triumphs of societies vastly different from their own. These experiences dismantle the artificial categories of the outgroup, demonstrating that beneath the rich, magnificent diversity of human customs, every culture is engaged in the same fundamental quest to articulate the mysteries of existence, honor the beauty of life, and express the eternal virtues of love, courage, and justice. By transforming cultural differences from potential flashpoints of conflict into sources of mutual curiosity and shared delight, we insulate the collective consciousness of humanity against the polarizing rhetoric of demagogues who seek to weaponize identity for divisive ends. The epistemological maturity of the public square, the final and most enduring realization of planetary harmony, is the achievement of an advanced, unshakable epistemological maturity within the global public square. With the commercial attention economy successfully dismantled and replaced by the open-source architectures of the Global Cognitive Defense Treaty, the information ecosystems of the world are finally cleansed of the toxic incentives of outrage capitalism. The public square transitions from a chaotic, hyperpolarized battlefield of competitive disinformation into a stable, dignified, and highly functional forum for collective intelligence, scientific inquiry, and public reason. In this mature informational environment, the global citizenship develops a highly sophisticated capacity for critical thought, narrative literacy, and cognitive resilience. From early childhood through the educational frameworks detailed in earlier chapters, individuals are trained to recognize their own evolutionary cognitive vulnerabilities, understand the psychological mechanisms of confirmation bias, and actively resist the simplistic binary narratives that seek to trigger group-based panic. The citizens of the planetary era do not view disagreement as an existential threat to their identity, but recognize it as an essential, constructive mechanism for the discovery of deeper truths. Public debates on complex scientific, ethical, or geopolitical challenges are characterized by a profound commitment to evidential reality, mutual respect, and intellectual humility, allowing the best rational arguments to guide the formation of public policy. Furthermore, this epistemological maturity is continuously supported by the transparent, decentralized networks of the Global Truth Protocol, which provides every citizen with instant, unalterable access to verified data and scientific consensus regarding the health of the biosphere, the stability of the economy, and the progress of global human rights. The spread of state-sponsored disinformation or corporate-funded propaganda becomes structurally impossible within this framework, as any attempt to manipulate the information ecosystem is immediately detected and transparently flagged by independent peer-reviewed cryptographic audits. This shared, uncorrupted evidential reality allows the human family to make collective decisions with unprecedented speed and clarity, ensuring that our planetary governance can adapt dynamically to emerging challenges without succumbing to the paralysis, cynicism, or tribal polarization that crippled previous generations. The horizon of endless possibility. As we reach the conclusion of this extensive exploration into the architecture of human reconciliation, we are left with a profound sense of the endless possibilities that await humanity when it finally chooses to claim its collective destiny. The path of transcendent realism is not an impossible dream or an unreachable ideal. It is a fully realized, structurally sound, and deeply practical roadmap for the preservation and elevation of our global civilization. We have demonstrated that the immense crises of our era, whether ecological, technological, political, or cognitive, are ultimately invitations to transcend the narrow, obsolete paradigms of our past and build a world that reflects the highest common factor of our shared humanity. The future is not a predetermined landscape of inevitable decay or inescapable conflict, but an open, fertile field waiting to be shaped by our collective courage, our intellect, and our moral imagination. By choosing to implement the deep structural reforms, the legal innovations, the economic reconfigurations, and the educational transformations detailed throughout these pages, we lay the foundation for a permanent, flourishing planetary peace. Let us step forward into this new era with unshakable confidence, recognizing that our magnificent diversity is the true catalyst for our strength, our resilience, and our eternal shared joy. The long, turbulent night of tribal fragmentation is finally drawing to a close, and the dawn of a unified, harmonious, and mature global humanity is beginning to break across the horizon of our shared world. Reflection questions. 1. How can local municipal assemblies ensure that the governance of the community land trusts remains highly participatory and prevents the emergence of informal local oligarchies? 2. What specific psychological indicators can restorative justice practitioners use to determine when a perpetrator has achieved authentic accountability and is ready for full reintegration into the community? 3. In what ways can multicentric cultural hubs balance the desire to preserve ancient, unchanging cultural traditions with the natural impulse of artists to innovate and synthesize diverse styles? 4. How can the Global Truth Protocol maintain its absolute political neutrality and prevent its decentralized verification networks from being perceived as biased by local populations with distinct worldview assumptions? 5. What strategies can be employed at the grassroots level to sustain civic enthusiasm and prevent burnout among ordinary citizens participating in continuous local and global democratic processes? Chapter 12. The cosmological integration of human purpose, the final horizon of the planetary era. If the implementation of planetary harmony across our local neighborhoods, restorative legal systems, and multicentric cultural spaces represents the successful anchoring of public reason on Earth, the final realization of this journey requires us to cast our gaze upward and outward. We cannot conceive of a mature global civilization that remains perpetually inward-looking, bound exclusively to the terrestrial concerns of its immediate birthplace. The human mind, having successfully dismantled the internal and external software of the tribal matrix, naturally seeks a grander canvas upon which to project its collective imagination and moral purpose. Transcendent realism in its ultimate expression demands that we systematically align our geopolitical stability, technological capabilities, and ethical frameworks with the broader unfolding narrative of the cosmos. This final chapter explores the deep, granular integration of human purpose into the cosmic environment, demonstrating that the structural reconciliation achieved on Earth is the absolute prerequisite for our safe, meaningful, and permanent expansion into the wider universe. The transition toward a cosmologically integrated civilization requires an honest, unyielding deconstruction of the historical paradigms that have traditionally driven human exploration. For centuries, the impulse to venture into the unknown was deeply infected by the lowest common denominator of imperial conquest, resource exploitation, and competitive nationalism. The early maritime voyages of discovery and the 20th century space races were primarily weaponized as theatrical extensions of territorial realpolitik, driven by the desperate desire of rival states to assert ideological dominance, claim exclusive property rights, and secure strategic military high ground. In the modern era, this predatory frontier mentality is manifesting as a dangerous rush toward the commercial privatization of space, where multinational corporations and billionaires seek to extend the extractive dynamics of unregulated capitalism to celestial bodies. Transcendent realism warns that if we attempt to colonize the cosmos while still trapped within the competitive software of the tribal matrix, we will merely export our violent fractures to the stars, turning the Moon, Mars, and orbital space into new battlefields for resource wars and nationalist prestige. To prevent this catastrophic cosmic tragedy, we must deliberately design and execute a framework of unified planetary exploration, ensuring that our journey into the universe is conducted exclusively as a cooperative endeavor on behalf of the entire human family. The Cosmic Commons and Celestial Jurisprudence. The primary structural intervention required to govern our expansion into the universe is the comprehensive expansion of planetary jurisprudence into a binding framework of celestial jurisprudence. The current legal architecture governing space exploration, primarily established during the height of the Cold War, is profoundly inadequate for the hyper-complex commercial and technological realities of the 21st century. It contains dangerous legal ambiguities regarding resource extraction, territorial appropriation, and private property rights, leaving the cosmic frontier highly vulnerable to a chaotic land grab by wealthy nation-states and corporate syndicates. To rectify this dangerous legal vacuum, the bicameral global parliament must ratify the Universal Charter of the Cosmic Commons. This foundational legal instrument explicitly declares that the entirety of the solar system, including all planets, moons, asteroids, and orbital pathways, represents the common heritage of humanity, placed permanently outside the jurisdiction of national sovereignty, military deployment, and private commercial ownership. Under this framework, no state or corporate entity can claim exclusive property rights over a celestial body or establish sovereign territory on another world. The governance of all extraterrestrial activities is placed under the strict administration of the Global Space Trusteeship, an independent body operating under the direct oversight of the World Citizens Assembly and the Global Commons Trusts. The trusteeship is empowered to issue permits, enforce rigorous environmental regulations for space operations, and ensure that all scientific discoveries and technological innovations derived from space exploration are shared equitably across the globe, explicitly prioritizing the development of the Global South. Furthermore, celestial jurisprudence expands the international prohibition of ecocide to encompass the preservation of extraterrestrial environments, introducing the legal category of cosmic stewardship. This principle mandates that the pristine environments of other celestial bodies must be protected from reckless industrial contamination, toxic waste dumping, and irreversible structural alteration. Any corporate executive or state official who authorizes space mining operations or orbital deployments that cause widespread, systemic disruption to the geological or potential biological integrity of another world can be held personally and criminally liable before the International Criminal Court. By elevating cosmic stewardship to the highest tier of international law, we translate the universal ethical virtue of reverence for life into a planetary commitment, proving that our relationship with the wider universe is guided by intellectual humility and moral responsibility rather than unbridled greed. The restructuring of technological capital for deep space exploration. The execution of a unified space program demands a total, structural reallocation of human genius and material resources away from the destructive mechanisms of planetary warfare, and toward the collective exploration of the cosmos. As detailed in previous chapters, the contemporary world squanders vast reservoirs of technological capital, scientific talent, and financial wealth on the competitive maintenance of national military apparatuses. The framework of transcendent realism routes the wealth generated by the 10% annual reduction in military expenditures directly into the Global Aerospace Integration Fund. This fund is dedicated to the total demilitarization of aerospace technology, merging the disparate national space agencies of the world into a single, highly integrated planetary institution, the United Nations Space Exploration Alliance. This institutional synthesis completely redefines the dynamics of technological innovation, transforming the development of space infrastructure from a competitive race into a cooperative global venture. The massive research laboratories and production facilities previously dedicated to the manufacture of intercontinental ballistic missiles and militarized satellites are structurally converted into collaborative design centers for advanced deep space propulsion systems, orbital cleanup technologies, and long-term closed-loop life support systems. Scientists from the United Kingdom, China, India, the United States, and dozens of other nations labor shoulder to shoulder within unified teams, utilizing open-source algorithmic platforms secured by the Global Technology Accord. This collaborative model eliminates the redundant waste of resource duplication and accelerates the pace of scientific discovery, allowing humanity to solve the immense physiological and technological challenges of long-duration spaceflight through the synthesis of our collective intelligence. Simultaneously, the Alliance shifts the primary focus of orbital technologies toward the continuous monitoring, preservation, and protection of the Earth's biosphere. The planetary satellite network is systematically reorganized into the Planetary Shield Initiative, a synchronized system dedicated to tracking climate change indicators, managing global disaster response, mapping ecological degradation, and detecting potential asteroid impacts. The real-time data generated by this global network is transformed into a public utility, accessible to all local municipal assemblies and environmental trusts via the open-source architecture of the Global Truth Protocol. By redirecting our most advanced technological capital away from the paranoia of mutual assured destruction and toward the shared goal of cosmic discovery and planetary defense, we demonstrate that the highest common factor of human reason has successfully mastered the primitive impulses of the tribal matrix. The psychosocial transition, the planetary overview effect. The structural and legal integration of our space exploration initiatives triggers a profound, widespread psychological transition within the collective consciousness of the human population. In the early phases of spaceflight, a phenomenon known as the overview effect was frequently reported by individual astronauts who experienced a cognitive shift upon viewing the Earth from orbital space. Looking back at their home planet, they saw not a collection of fragmented nation-states separated by artificial political borders, but a single, breathtakingly beautiful and deeply fragile blue marble suspended in the vast, silent void of the cosmos. This experience sparked an immediate, visceral understanding of the absolute unity of the human family and the urgent necessity of planetary stewardship. The mission of the United Nations Space Exploration Alliance is to democratize this cognitive shift, transforming the overview effect from an exclusive privilege enjoyed by a select group of pilots into a foundational shared experience for all global citizens. Through the deployment of advanced, immersive virtual reality networks managed under the Global Technology Accord, real-time, high-definition feeds from deep space observatories and lunar outposts are streamed directly into every school, multi-centric cultural hub and local municipal assembly across the globe. From early childhood, individuals are regular participants in digital cosmic expeditions, witnessing the magnificent, unified reality of their home planet within the context of the wider universe. This continuous exposure systematically dismantles the parochial illusions of the tribal matrix. It becomes sociologically impossible for individuals to maintain deep-seated ethno-nationalist animosities when they are constantly reminded that all human histories, cultures, and differences are contained within a single vulnerable ecosystem flying through the cosmic vastness. Furthermore, this planetary overview effect fosters an enduring culture of civilizational humility and narrative literacy. When the human community views itself from a cosmological perspective, it recognizes that our species is engaged in a singular shared adventure to articulate the meaning of existence within a universe that is vast, ancient, and largely silent. This shared cosmic narrative provides the ultimate psychological resolution to the existential disorientation of the modern era, filling the spiritual vacuum left by consumer capitalism with a grand, inclusive purpose. Human beings no longer define their identity through competitive opposition to an outgroup, but find their ultimate meaning in their shared status as the conscious, self-reflective eyes and ears of the living earth, tasked with the sacred responsibility of carrying the flame of life and reason out into the cosmic dark. The formulation of ethical first contact protocols. As human capabilities advance toward the eventual establishment of permanent research outposts on other worlds, and the long-term exploration of the outer solar system, celestial jurisprudence must proactively address the profound philosophical and ethical challenges associated with the potential discovery of extraterrestrial life. Whether this life manifests as simple microbial organisms beneath the icy crust of Europa, or as advanced, intelligent civilizations across distant star systems, our response must be guided by the highest standards of public reason and universal virtue. The Global Parliament must therefore ratify the International First Contact Protocol Treaty, ensuring that humanity acts with absolute moral clarity whenever it encounters the unknown. The primary pillar of the First Contact Protocol is the absolute enforcement of biological and ecological non-interference, a legal doctrine known as the principle of evolutionary autonomy. This principle dictates that if microbial or non-intelligent life is discovered on any celestial body, that entire world is immediately declared a sanctuary zone, placed under the absolute protection of the Global Space Trusteeship. All industrial exploration, resource collection, and human settlement within that system are permanently prohibited, allowing the indigenous ecosystem to evolve along its own natural trajectory free from human contamination or disruption. Human presence is restricted to non-invasive remote scientific observation conducted by automated platforms that are subjected to rigorous sterilization procedures. This unyielding ethical commitment demonstrates that our global civilization values the intrinsic right of life to exist and evolve far above the material profits of resource extraction, proving that our moral circle has expanded to encompass the cosmic environment. In the grander context of potential contact with an intelligent extraterrestrial civilization, the treaty establishes that all communication, diplomacy, and interaction must be conducted exclusively through the unified representation of the Global Parliament, completely bypassing the unilateral interventions of individual nation-states or military alliances. The protocol mandates that human diplomacy must be guided by an absolute commitment to transparency, peace, and mutual respect, completely free from the paranoid doctrines of preemptive containment or strategic dominance that characterized our tribal past. We must approach the cosmic community not as a collection of fragmented, aggressive tribes seeking alliances against one another, but as a mature, reconciled planetary species that speaks with a single, harmonious voice of public reason. By preparing ourselves ethically for the ultimate encounter with the other, we solidify our internal unity, ensuring that our civilizational maturity is complete both within our planetary home and across the cosmic frontier. The evolution of the Earth as a living work of art. The ultimate materialization of planetary harmony and cosmological integration occurs when the human family turns its collective creative genius inward, transforming the Earth itself into a magnificent, living work of art and an enduring sanctuary for life. For centuries, industrial civilization treated the planet as a collection of raw commodities to be aggressively consumed, leaving a scarred landscape of deforested continents, polluted oceans, and disappearing species. The synthesis of transcendent realism permanently reverses this destructive legacy, entering a historical phase where the primary economic and creative purpose of humanity becomes the systematic restoration, enrichment, and aesthetic elevation of the biosphere. In this mature ecological era, the global economy functions as a completely circular regenerative system, powered entirely by the decentralized, open-source renewable networks established during the transition away from predatory capitalism. The grand industrial zones that once poisoned the environment are systematically dismantled and replaced by thriving, interconnected wildlife corridors, allowing the ancient migratory paths of the animal kingdom to heal across continents. Through the funding provided by the Planetary Sovereign Wealth Fund and the guidance of the Global Commons Trusts, massive, long-term ecological restoration projects are executed on a planetary scale. The deserts of the world are carefully transitioned into sustainable, biodiverse ecosystems using advanced water harvesting technologies. The global oceans are cleansed of plastics and industrial chemical waste through the deployment of automated recovery fleets, and the ancient, primary rainforests are permanently expanded and protected as sacred sanctuaries of planetary life. This transformation of the Earth requires a profound revolution in our architectural, urban, and artistic paradigms. The cities of the planetary era are no longer designed as concrete monoliths that isolate human beings from the natural world. Instead, they are constructed as living bioregions that integrate seamlessly into the local landscape. Urban spaces utilize biomimetic architecture, where buildings function like living organisms, filtering water, generating solar energy, and cultivating vertical agricultural systems that provide local communities with abundant, nutrient-dense food. The multi-centric cultural hubs become centers for a new, planetary artistic renaissance, where musicians, poets, and digital creators collaborate to compose works that celebrate the slow, majestic rhythms of the changing seasons, the intricate beauty of ecological webs, and the deep joy of civilizational peace. The Earth becomes a vibrant, conscious canvas where human intelligence and ecological vitality function in perfect, harmonious synchronization. The eternal dawn of the planetary civilization. As we bring this extensive manifesto for the planetary era to its ultimate conclusion, we recognize that we are standing at the absolute dawn of a new, unlimited phase of human history. The profound architecture of reconciliation detailed across these 12 chapters is not a collection of distant dreams, but a fully articulated, practical, and urgent choice that faces our generation at this very moment. We have demonstrated that the immense existential challenges of our time, the fragmentation of our politics, the degradation of our biosphere, the volatile frontiers of advanced technology, and the polarization of our minds, are ultimately structural invitations to shed the archaic, defensive software of the tribal matrix and step forward into our true maturity as a unified species. The cosmic story is not a deterministic tragedy condemned to end in self-inflicted ruin or environmental collapse. It is an open, beautiful, and epic narrative waiting to be written by our collective courage, our intellect, and our moral imagination. We possess every necessary tool, every institutional design, every legal framework, and every deep reservoir of human virtue required to build a world defined by the highest common factor of our shared humanity. Let us cast aside all remaining fear, cynicism, and doubt, and join hand in hand across every river, ocean, and cultural boundary to awaken the true potential of our species. By dedicating our lives to the implementation of public reason, structural justice, and planetary stewardship, we ensure that our magnificent, diverse civilization can step out into the universe with unshakable confidence, turning this critical historical crossroads into the definitive, eternal dawn of a peaceful, just, and harmonious cosmos. Reflection questions. 1. How can celestial jurisprudence enforce its regulations on remote space operations without creating a centralized authoritarian enforcement mechanism that replicates the old structures of state violence? 2. What specific psychological safeguards can be implemented within immersive virtual reality networks to ensure that the planetary overview effect remains an authentic tool for moral growth rather than a form of passive, digital escapism? 3. In what ways can the conversion of military aerospace capital into peaceful exploration initiatives be structured to ensure that national security anxieties do not covertly subvert the cooperative mandate of the United Nations Space Exploration Alliance? 4. How should the principle of evolutionary autonomy handle scenarios where an extraterrestrial microbial ecosystem poses a direct, existential biological threat to human researchers or the Earth's biosphere? 5. What mechanisms can be developed by multicentric cultural hubs to ensure that the new planetary artistic renaissance actively honors historic regional mythologies while cultivating a shared cosmic narrative? Chapter 13. The Architecture of Coexistence Beyond Conflict. The previous 12 chapters have traversed the global landscape of human belief, mapping the terrain where faith acts as a bridge and where it is weaponized into a barrier. We have passed the overlapping layers of ethnicity, nationalism, and resource competition that transform private conviction into public conflict. Now we stand at the critical pivot point of this architectural plan, the transition from historical diagnosis to systemic solution. If humanity cannot and should not eliminate its differences, how do we build a shared civilizational home that does not collapse under the weight of its own diversity? The public discourse surrounding pluralism routinely traps us within two equally hazardous false choices. The first is the illusion of assimilation, which presents a homogenizing demand that for societies to be stable, everyone must eventually think, believe, and behave the same way. The second is the doom of incompatibility, which offers a fatalistic assertion that distinct religious and cultural groups are fundamentally incapable of organic, sustained coexistence. This chapter articulates a third way, defined by unity without uniformity and diversity without division. A mature society does not require its citizens to dilute their deepest theological convictions. Instead, it demands a collective cognitive shift, recognizing that the individual who holds entirely different views of the transcendent possesses identical civic dignity, human rights, and valid historical experiences. To navigate this transition without falling into empty slogans, we deploy three specific analytical tools established earlier in the master blueprint. The first is the balance between the highest common factor and the lowest common denominator. As defined in our initial mathematical metaphor, the highest common factor represents the elevated ethical core, compassion, justice, integrity, shared across distinct theological systems. Conversely, the lowest common denominator represents the raw, primal impulses that emerge when any collective identity is weaponized, such as fear, tribalism, greed, and outgroup hostility. The foundational ethical challenge of coexistence is maximizing this highest common factor while consciously suppressing the lowest common denominator. The second tool is the three-level religion model, which allows us to maintain analytical precision by separating faith into distinct operational tiers. The first tier consists of religious principles, which encompass sacred ideals, texts, and universal ethics. The second tier involves religious institutions, including the clergy, schools, and organizational structures. The third tier is religious politics, characterized by the mobilization of faith labels for state power. Coexistence routinely falters when societies mistakenly blame the principles of the first tier for the structural failures or manipulations occurring within the political third tier. The third tool involves the three circles of coexistence, a practical framework allowing individuals to balance personal faith with public pluralism. The first circle is personal conviction, which covers the internal domain of sincere, uncompromising belief. The second circle is mutual respect, governing the interpersonal domain of how one treats the dissenter. The third circle is shared humanity, representing the universal domain of reciprocal obligations including justice, safety, and human dignity. The foundational architecture of peaceful pluralism relies on a cross-tradition ethical convergence. While the world's major religions diverge radically on metaphysics, debating the nature of salvation, reincarnation, prophethood, and the afterlife, they converge with startling consistency on how human beings ought to treat one another. In mathematics, extracting the highest common factor from a set of numbers does not alter or erase the unique value of each independent number, it simply reveals the structural property they share. When applied to human society, this principle demonstrates that a shared moral inheritance already exists. Virtues such as honesty, protection of the vulnerable, and restraint against cruelty are not the exclusive property of any single revelation, but are instead the baseline requirements for human social survival. Recognizing this common ground does not require a compromise of faith, but rather an acknowledgement of reality. Public policy frequently settles for the metric of tolerance, yet passive tolerance is an unstable foundation for an interconnected century. Passive tolerance merely means permitting another's presence despite finding their beliefs objectionable, a stance marked by grudging endurance, social distance, and intellectual indifference. Because of this, it remains highly vulnerable and easily collapses into hostility during economic or political crises. Active respect, by contrast, is anchored by institutional frameworks and personal relationships, defining itself by the recognition of another person's intrinsic dignity as a human agent, through cognitive empathy, civic curiosity, and structural engagement. Crucially, elevating our standard from tolerance to respect does not require intellectual relativism. Respecting a person's right to hold a belief is fundamentally different from agreeing with the belief itself. A citizen can look at a neighbor's theology, judge it to be metaphysically incorrect, and simultaneously champion that neighbor's absolute right to civic equality and safety. The modern state flourishes when it separates its structural mechanics from the cultural identities of its populace. True social resilience is achieved by combining rigid shared civic values with fluid cultural and religious diversity. On one side, the state must secure universal commitments to the rule of law, equal citizenship, and human dignity. On the other side, it must accommodate varied traditions, distinct modes of worship, and multiple languages. When a state mistakes uniformity for unity, it creates an artificial monoculture that must be maintained through systemic coercion. Conversely, when diversity is structurally integrated into a fair legal framework, it ceases to be a liability and becomes an asset, injecting varied perspectives, international linkages, and intellectual vitality into the social fabric. Interreligious dialogue is frequently misunderstood as an exercise in theological negotiation, an attempt to find a watered-down consensus where everyone agrees on everything and nothing. This format is structurally flawed because effective dialogue does not seek to dissolve differences, but rather to dismantle caricatures. Most intergroup friction is intensified because communities argue against weaponized, simplified versions of their opponent's beliefs. Genuine dialogue requires listening before judging, and evaluating a tradition by its mainstream practitioners rather than its fringe extremists. Furthermore, the master blueprint posits that ethical cooperation develops far more rapidly through practical shared action than through abstract debate. When individuals of vastly different faiths or secular backgrounds work shoulder to shoulder to deliver clean water after a natural disaster, or to build housing for the destitute, the conceptual barriers of religious politics evaporate. They discover their shared humanity not by staring at each other across a conference table, but by looking forward at a common human problem. Coexistence cannot survive on goodwill alone. It requires the scaffolding of robust societal institutions anchored by two non-negotiable pillars. The first pillar is robust religious literacy, which counteracts the primary tool of the political entrepreneur. When a populace lacks basic knowledge about the history, internal diversity, and actual tenets of neighboring faiths, they are easily manipulated by fear-mongering and propaganda. Education systems must therefore treat religious literacy not as theological instruction but as a critical civic competency. The second pillar is radical equal citizenship. The moment a state indexes civic privilege, legal protection, or economic opportunity to religious identity, it guarantees long-term conflict. The state must remain a neutral guarantor of the law, ensuring that every individual possesses an identical civic status regardless of their lineage or creed. When minority groups know their security is guaranteed by objective institutions rather than the whim of the majority, the psychological necessity for defensive aggressive identity politics is dismantled. A healthy, pluralistic society must protect the freedom of conscience in both directions, functioning as a dual safeguard. This requires protecting the right to believe, which means the absolute freedom to worship, build institutions, practice rituals, and pass traditions to the next generation without state or social intimidation. It equally requires protecting the right to question, which means the absolute freedom to doubt, dissent, change one's religious affiliation, or reject religion entirely without facing legal penalties or social erasure. True diversity cannot exist without the total elimination of coercion. If an individual is compelled to perform a faith they do not internally hold, or if a dissenter is silenced by communal force, the society has ceased to practice an ethic of coexistence and has instead instituted a regime of systemic conformity. Building a society beyond conflict requires rejecting two distinct polarizing traps and choosing a vital middle path instead. The first trap is extreme relativism, which asserts that because worldviews differ, all truth claims are completely arbitrary and no universal moral standards exist. This perspective leaves a society intellectually paralyzed, unable to condemn basic injustices if they are wrapped in the banner of cultural tradition. The second trap is extreme absolutism, an ideological position that possesses total, unyielding certainty coupled with the belief that anyone outside that certainty is subhuman, illegitimate, or an enemy. The ethics of coexistence occupies the space between these extremes by championing the validity of deep, passionate personal conviction, while simultaneously enforcing the absolute requirement that such convictions must never be translated into the structural dehumanization of the person next door. Ultimately, we must recognize that coexistence is a functional rather than a metaphysical endeavor. Stable societies are built on a shared agreement regarding human conduct, not an agreement regarding the nature of the cosmos. Furthermore, institutions will always trump intentions, meaning that vague goodwill is entirely insufficient without equal citizenship, legal protections for conscience, and structural religious literacy. Diversity is the baseline condition of our world, proving that pluralism is not a modern temporary crisis brought about by globalization, but is instead the permanent historical default setting of human civilization. In reflecting on these dynamics, we must look at our immediate communities to discern the dividing line between passive tolerance and active respect. We must consider how a society can balance the right of a religious group to maintain its traditional boundaries with the right of an individual to freedom of conscience. We should evaluate why collaborative, secular humanitarian action often dissolves religious prejudice faster than formal interfaith dialogue, and determine what specific institutional safeguards must be present in a democracy to prevent political actors from turning religious identity into a tool of power. Finally, we must understand how the mathematical concept of the highest common factor helps us navigate moral disagreements without forcing anyone to abandon their faith. Chapter 14: Institutional Mechanics and the Architecture of Pluralism. The philosophical foundation outlined in the preceding analysis provides the conceptual blueprint for a society beyond conflict, yet theory remains an inert safeguard without the deliberate construction of concrete institutional mechanisms. If the highest common factor of human ethical convergence is to be realized, it must be codified within the very fabric of statecraft, legal frameworks, and educational systems. Translating abstract human dignity into daily, lived reality requires moving past mere declarations of intent. It demands that we construct resilient social architecture capable of absorbing the inevitable frictions of a diverse populace. The historical default setting of human civilization may indeed be pluralistic, but the survival of that pluralism depends entirely on the robust engineering of the institutions that govern it. Therefore, this chapter examines the structural scaffolding necessary to sustain a multi-faith and multi-ethnic society, exploring the granular mechanics of legal neutrality, systemic education, municipal integration, and the proactive de-escalation of identity-driven crises. To build a social framework capable of enduring structural strain, a society must first establish the absolute legal neutrality of the state apparatus. This neutrality is not an expression of institutional indifference toward the spiritual lives of citizens, rather it is the ultimate guarantor of their religious liberty. When the state alignment tilts toward a single majoritarian faith, it inadvertently transforms all alternative worldviews into subordinate categories of citizenship. Radical equal citizenship requires that the law remain blind to the theological pedigree of its subjects. Every constitutional right, every judicial remedy, and every avenue of economic mobility must be completely decoupled from an individual's personal convictions or ancestral lineage. The moment a state indexes civic privilege to a specific creed, it institutionalizes a competitive hierarchy that incentivizes aggressive identity politics. Minorities, sensing a structural vulnerability, are forced into defensive posturing, while the majority begins to view its cultural hegemony as a political right. The neutral state breaks this cycle by acting as an objective referee, ensuring that the safety and dignity of the individual are anchored in universal jurisprudence rather than majoritarian whim. This institutional neutrality must be robustly applied within the judicial system, particularly in the management of deep-seated cultural disputes. A resilient legal architecture avoids the dual traps of minoritarian parallel legal systems and majoritarian legal erasure. While a state must protect the right of cultural communities to engage in voluntary arbitration for civil or family matters in accordance with their traditions, these systems must always remain subordinate to the overarching constitutional framework. No community standard can be permitted to violate the fundamental human rights of an individual, including the right to dissent, the right to exit the group, or the right to gender equality. The law must ensure that the exit options from any traditional sub-community are clear, legally protected, and free from economic or physical coercion. By maintaining a single, unyielding standard of human rights across all demographic strata, the state prevents the internal oppression of vulnerable members within minority communities, balancing the preservation of group identity with the absolute sovereignty of individual conscience. Beyond the courtroom, the primary site for the cultivation of a durable pluralism is the universal education system. Ignorance of the neighbor is the raw material from which political entrepreneurs manufacture public fear. When children are educated in isolation, surrounding themselves only with identical theological narratives, they develop a cognitive vulnerability to external manipulation. The remedy is not the eradication of religious education, but the implementation of comprehensive, objective religious literacy. Education systems must treat the study of world faiths and philosophical traditions as a critical civic competency rather than an exercise in theological indoctrination. Students should be taught the history, internal diversity, major tenets and ethical contributions of various worldviews from an empathetic yet academic perspective. Understanding the internal logic of a neighbor's faith allows a young citizen to dismantle weaponized caricatures before they can take root. This form of literacy does not compromise a child's personal faith. Instead, it provides the cognitive tools necessary to distinguish between the core ethical principles of a religion and the political manipulation of that religion by extremist actors. Furthermore, the physical and spatial design of human settlements plays a profound, often overlooked role in the success or failure of coexistence. Structural segregation within urban environments routinely fosters the growth of isolated enclaves, where social distance breeds mutual suspicion. When city planning permits the creation of monolithic neighborhoods divided along ethnic or religious lines, the lowest common denominator of tribalism finds fertile soil. A mature approach to municipal governance requires active interventions to encourage integrated living spaces, mixed-income housing, and shared public spheres. Parks, community centers, and civic forums must be designed as neutral, accessible spaces where diverse populations naturally encounter one another in the course of daily life. These casual, repeated interactions build a subtle layer of social capital, reducing the foreignness of the other and creating a resilient community fabric that is highly resistant to sudden flares of political polarization. The efficacy of these integrated spaces is most visible when communities pivot away from abstract theological debates and focus instead on tangible, collaborative action. While formal interfaith dialogue has its place among scholars and clerics, it frequently suffers from an excess of politeness and a lack of practical utility. The most rapid deconstruction of prejudice occurs when individuals are united by a common functional objective. When local councils establish cross-communal initiatives to address shared ecological challenges, economic downturns, or public health crises, the boundaries of identity politics naturally recede. A flood does not differentiate between a cathedral, a mosque, or a temple, and neither should the civic response to it. By working shoulder to shoulder to clear debris, build community infrastructure, or secure food logistics, citizens discover their shared humanity through direct experience. They cease to view the other as a theological abstraction and begin to see them as a reliable partner in the preservation of the common good. However, even the most robustly integrated societies will encounter moments of systemic stress, necessitating the creation of early warning mechanisms for identity-driven conflict. Crises are rarely spontaneous. They are preceded by identifiable shifts in rhetoric, localized skirmishes, and the propagation of malicious disinformation through digital networks. A proactive civil society must establish independent, cross-community monitoring bodies tasked with detecting these indicators before they escalate into systemic violence. These councils, comprising trusted local leaders, independent journalists, and legal experts, act as institutional shock absorbers. When an incident occurs that threatens to inflame sectarian tensions, these bodies move swiftly to verify facts, counter inflammatory rumors, and facilitate immediate communication between the aggrieved parties. By starving the conflict of the misinformation it requires to grow, these mechanisms protect the wider social fabric from the destabilizing actions of fringe provocateurs. Ultimately, the architecture of coexistence must address the profound tension between the right to believe and the right to question. True diversity cannot exist within a regime of enforced conformity, whether that conformity is demanded by a majoritarian state or by the internal authorities of a minority group. The institutional framework must fiercely protect the absolute liberty of the individual to worship freely, construct sacred spaces, and pass down traditions to their children. Concurrently, it must defend the right of the individual to doubt, to challenge orthodoxy, to alter their religious affiliation, or to reject the concept of the transcendent entirely. A society that punishes the apostate or silences the dissenter has abandoned the path of active respect and fallen back into the coercion of uniformity. The state must remain the unyielding guardian of this dual freedom of conscience, ensuring that no individual faces legal penalties, economic ruin, or social erasure for their interior convictions. As the global landscape continues to shift under the pressures of migration, economic instability, and digital polarization, the necessity for structured pluralism becomes ever more urgent. We must explicitly reject the fatalism that claims human diversity must inevitably culminate in human conflict. The path forward requires an unyielding commitment to the vital middle ground, where deep, passionate personal faith is balanced by a rigorous empathy for the rights of the dissenter. By embedding these principles into neutral courts, literate schools, integrated cities, and collaborative civic projects, we transform pluralism from a vulnerable social condition into an unshakable civilizational asset. The blueprint for a society beyond conflict is not found in the erasure of our differences, but in the deliberate, courageous engineering of the institutions that allow us to live together in peace. Chapter 15. The Technological Frontier and Digital Pluralism. The stabilization of pluralistic institutions within physical space represents a monumental achievement in civil engineering, yet the contemporary era demands that we confront a rapidly expanding domain that operates entirely outside traditional physical boundaries. The modern town square is no longer merely a collection of brick-and-mortar municipal districts, public schools, and local civic forums. It has been fundamentally re-engineered as a vast, decentralized digital ecosystem. In this new electronic landscape, the structural mechanisms designed to protect human dignity face an entirely unprecedented series of systemic stresses. The algorithmic architecture of the early 21st century has completely transformed the speed, scale, and nature of human communication, rapidly accelerating the baseline dynamics of social polarization. If the master blueprint for coexistence is to endure across generational lines, its structural principles must be explicitly extended into the digital sphere. The preservation of peaceful pluralism requires that we shift from treating the digital environment as a neutral communications utility and begin to recognize it as a primary, heavily engineered battleground for human identity. To understand how digital spaces destabilize coexistence, one must examine the specific commercial mechanics that govern modern information architecture. The financial survival of major data monopolies depends entirely on an engagement-maximizing model driven by complex recommendation algorithms. These mathematical systems are not designed to optimize public harmony, philosophical nuance, or the cultivation of active respect. Their singular underlying objective is the capturing and retaining of human attention. Behavioral data demonstrates that the most effective way to prolong an individual's engagement is to elicit intense emotional responses, particularly those rooted in moral outrage, tribal defensiveness, and outgroup hostility. Consequently, these platforms systematically prioritize the lowest common denominator of human identity politics, elevating fringe viewpoints and highly radicalized rhetoric above balanced cooperative narratives. The moderate, nuanced voice that seeks to articulate the highest common factor across distinct communities is algorithmically suppressed, while the polarizing entrepreneur who manufactures fear is awarded unprecedented public visibility. This structural distortion creates a profound fragmentation of the shared public sphere, dividing populations into isolated, digitally insulated echo chambers. Within these algorithmic enclaves, individuals are consistently exposed to curated streams of information that confirm their pre-existing biases while simultaneously demonizing their ideological competitors. Because these digital spaces operate globally, they allow disconnected, extremist actors to find one another, pool their resources, and construct parallel realities completely detached from verifiable empirical truths. The internal logic of these enclaves encourages an extreme absolutism, wherein any attempt to engage in empathetic dialogue with an outsider is framed as a betrayal of the group. As the citizen spends more time within these curated information environments, their cognitive capacity for empathy naturally degrades. The neighbor living across the street is no longer viewed as a multidimensional human being with unique experiences and shared civic duties. Instead, they are transformed into a hostile caricature generated by a competitive digital feed. Furthermore, the rapid emergence of advanced generative artificial intelligence and deep synthesis technologies has introduced an entirely new layer of volatility to this landscape. The barrier to entry for the creation of highly convincing disinformation has completely collapsed, allowing bad faith actors to manufacture synthetic evidence, forge testimonies, and artificial crises at an industrial scale. In a fractured society, a single hyper-realistic deepfake depicting the desecration of a sacred space or an act of violence by a minority community can trigger immediate, catastrophic real-world consequences before any fact-checking entity can intervene. This technological shift creates a permanent state of epistemic instability, where citizens lose faith in the reliability of all public information. When a society can no longer agree on a baseline of objective facts, the neutral legal institutions and collaborative civic frameworks outlined in previous chapters become completely paralyzed, rendering the entire civilization vulnerable to rapid, identity-driven exploitation. Mitigating this technological threat requires a comprehensive, multi-layered regulatory framework that prioritizes the public interest over algorithmic profitability. A resilient society cannot rely on the voluntary self-regulation of tech conglomerates, whose fiduciary duties are fundamentally aligned with the maximization of data collection and user engagement. Governments must implement strict statutory requirements that mandate absolute transparency regarding the design and operational objectives of recommendation algorithms. Platforms must be legally compelled to give users complete control over their content feeds, allowing individuals to deactivate engagement-driven optimization in favor of transparent, chronological, or diversity-maximizing curation models. Furthermore, regulatory bodies must hold platforms civilly and criminally liable for the systemic failure to contain targeted harassment campaigns, coordinated inauthentic behavior, and the rapid spread of verified high-risk disinformation designed to incite sectarian violence. By introducing real economic consequences for the amplification of polarization, the state alters the financial incentives that drive the digital degradation of the social fabric. Simultaneously, the concept of civic education must be thoroughly overhauled to include advanced digital literacy as a fundamental requirement for equal citizenship. It is no longer sufficient for students to understand the historical tenets of world faiths in a classroom setting. They must be explicitly trained to navigate the algorithmic currents that attempt to distort that knowledge online. Digital literacy curriculum must instruct future citizens in the mechanics of algorithmic manipulation, teaching them how to recognize emotional triggers, identify coordinated disinformation networks, and critically verify the provenance of digital media. Young citizens must learn to approach their digital feeds with a deliberate, analytical skepticism, understanding that the content served to them is not a reflection of objective reality, but a carefully engineered product designed to exploit their biological cognitive vulnerabilities. By transforming the passive consumer of digital data into an active, critical evaluator of online information, we build a robust psychological defense against the weaponization of identity. Ultimately, the ultimate objective of digital pluralism is the deliberate creation of decentralized, non-commercial public spaces on the Internet. Just as the physical city requires public parks, municipal libraries, and neutral civic halls that operate entirely outside the mechanics of market commerce, the digital realm requires public interest architecture funded and protected as a collective utility. These public spaces must be explicitly engineered to foster constructive dialogue, collaborative problem-solving, and the cultivation of active respect across demographic lines. By providing platforms where the primary metric of success is the quality of deliberation and the bridge-building capacity of the participants rather than the maximization of raw attention, we create a digital counterweight to the polarizing forces of commercial media. The blueprint for a society beyond conflict must not be allowed to fracture in the virtual world. It must be courageously implemented across every domain where human minds meet, ensuring that technology serves as the ultimate scaffolding for our shared humanity.